barren trees sway in the icy wind. Snow crunches under frantic footsteps. You are lost. You haven't seen your family in 3 hours. Your lips crack with frozen dryness as your heart pounds desperately to warm you. Just when you think all is lost, a familiar voice calls from behind a tree. A voice that should be welcoming, but instead makes your veins run as cold as the night air. Because the voice that sounds like your mother's is coming from something that isn't even human anymore. These are 10 allegedly real sightings of the Wendigo. If you want your story on this channel, or just want to read thousands of scary true stories, go to darknessprevails.org and make an account today. Thank you. The Mulberry Bush by Alexandria G. This event occurred late July in 2017. It has left me completely certain that I may not be here now if this thing had decided it wanted me for dinner. To set the scene, I live in northern Illinois, a place where we are definitely not known for cryptids and supernatural happenings. I lived in a wonderful neighborhood that so happened to be on the edge of a lake and small forest area used for recreation. It's completely surrounded by city, which makes it the opposite of remote and mysterious. But let me tell you that that doesn't mean what lurks within it isn't dangerous. Part of the property is privately owned and fenced off from the rest of the lake. It's used as a dumping ground for small construction businesses around town, and as a playground for the owner's father, who presumably had dementia, to bulldoze rock piles to his heart's content. That specific area is where I've had the worst experiences of my life. I've seen and experienced some of the strangest things, but this experience takes the cake. One of my friends that goes by the name Angel lives directly across the street from that sectioned off property, and down the street from his apartment complex is a baseball diamond that's nestled next to the property quite literally. Where the diamond ends, the fence begins. One summer night, I was walking home from Angel's house. It was 10:30 p.m. when I left the apartment, and I was listening to Pamela Ford on repeat. It's a trivial detail, I know, but it shows you how ingrained into my memory this event became. Here's where the mulberry bush comes in. At the very end of the baseball diamond stands a massive mulberry bush that has attached itself to a tree of some sort to support its own weight. I always pick the berries during the summer to make pie and smoothies. I'm in love with that bush. But as I was nearing the plant, something was looming inside of it. My music was blasting, so I could not hear the silence that had consumed the cicadas and katydids and the entire neighborhood. But I paused my music for a moment so I could concentrate on peering through the dark at the bush. All I could make out was the general shape of the thing, who at the time I assumed was just part of the tree. Until suddenly, with an audible pop, a motion sensor garage light on the house I was in front of came to life and illuminated the bush. The first thing that caught my attention were its eyes. They reflected with a greenish tint in the bright light of the garage, and they were about 11 feet off the ground based on the branch I saw them next to. Then I looked the entire thing up and down from head to toe. Everything was so clear in the light, I could make out little cockaburs sticking to its fur in some spots. Its head was huge, but not cartoonish. This animal, if you'd call it that, was a carbon copy of a white-tailed buck, from the coloration to the facial features. The only things that allowed me to discern it from a deer was the fact that it was standing on its hind legs. Its antlers looked more like an elk's, and it had a mouth full of teeth that should have been found in a wolf's maw. Its canines protruded a good 2 inches below its upper lip. Its body was lean but muscular, Definitely not emaciated as most skinwalker or Wendigo sightings tend to be, as I would later read. Its upright shoulders carried two ridiculously long arms that darn near reached its knees, with claws at the ends of fingers instead of hooves. Its torso was thin, but you could see clear muscle definition, and the way it slowly breathed as if trying to disguise itself as a statue. The legs were completely 100% deer, and the fur was the same coloration as a white-tailed deer. White underbelly, white tail and all. As I was trying to take it in, I realized that this thing was now staring straight at me, its reflective gaze zoned in on my 5-foot frame. The creature, as it stared at me, sidestepped out of the bush in its entirety and cocked its head to one side, maybe in simple curiosity, or maybe to size me up for a meal. Either way, it scared me plenty enough. Then, as if deciding whether or not I was worth the effort, it stepped back into the bush, and for about 30 seconds, it delicately moved from the foliage and slowly walked towards the fence of the private property, before clearing the fence with one swing of its legs. To put this into perspective, the chain link fence is 7 feet from bottom to top, and it seemed to just walk over it without a second thought. The one thing that really unnerved me about this was the silent snarl that it wore on its face as we stared at each other. Its black lips were curled up in what seemed like a permanent expression of anger, its pearly whites glinting in the garage light. What most people don't grasp is the fact that a true predator will never make a sound when it hunts. It's not like Jurassic Park, where the T-Rex is roaring every 2 seconds as it chases down the jeeps. No, if I hadn't seen it first, just by chance, right in the center of my neighborhood, I may never have seen it, whether it wanted to hurt me or not. That creature never made a sound. I urge you to be careful no matter where you live, and be aware of your surroundings, because if you're not aware, other hungrier things always are. Wendigo in the Woodland by Chris. I'm 15 years old. This happened about 6 or 7 months ago. To be honest, it's still kind of hard to talk about. I live in a rural town in Wisconsin, and I've always been fascinated by mythological creatures and the supernatural. So much so that one of my favorite pastimes is hunting for them. I have a couple of friends who usually accompany me in looking for haunts. You could call us a team. There was Alex, the tech guy, Josh the tracker, and me, the team leader. Keep in mind that us being serious was the last thing on our minds. But when Josh told me that he had heard a story from his father about an odd creature that haunted the woods around town, we were more excited than ever. Josh is Native American, and his father has always tried to instill the culture of his people, with little success. But this time around, Josh was the first to suggest that we go looking for this creature, even though his father had forbidden us from searching for it. He didn't care though. We ended up going on this expedition regardless, without telling any of our parents what we were actually doing. It was 11:30 that night when I met up with the group outside the woods. Alex brought the flashlights, the radios, and the cameras. Josh brought the first aid kit in case we got hurt, rope and firecrackers as makeshift signal flares, though we often resorted to just playing around with them. I brought some knives for cutting through the rather thick underbrush, the water and the breakfast bars, 4 for each of us. I'll skip the looking and false scares because there were a lot that night. Something about it made us on edge. About an hour or 2 later, we found an odd marking in one of the trees. 4 long scratches straight down. At first, I thought it was a bear mark or something, but I noticed that it was much too thin. Then again, I reminded myself I wasn't really nature savvy, so I didn't put too much weight into it. We ended up going about as deep into the woods as you could get. That is where we saw something that will forever creep us out. Still warm, red liquid. There was so much all over the place it looked like a crime scene. Josh thought maybe it was from a deer, but I didn't agree. It was just too weird. It was more like something had been tossed all over the place, not simply tracked down and hunted. I can't quite describe it. I just had this static sensation under my skin and up my spine. Everything was telling me we needed to get out of there, but my curiosity suppressed all those feelings. Alex was staring at the red, like he was in some sort of trance. I think he may have been more shocked than the rest of us. Suddenly, we all heard a loud, ear-rupturing screech, mixed with a scream or roar. It sounded nothing less than unnatural. We all came very close to screaming. For some reason, I just shut off my flashlight, and I told the others to do the same. Then, we saw something. 2 glowing lights in the woods. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust, but when they did, I immediately wished they hadn't. I saw what looked like a man, but incredibly skinny and tall, like 6 or 7 feet tall, with a snout that was elongated. I always thought of myself as a very calm and collected person, but when I looked at what it was holding in its long, pointy fingers, I came seconds from screaming once again. It looked like an arm, a human arm. I told my friends to get down slowly. It seemed like hours passed as we watched that thing slowly make its way over to and eventually past us. The entire time it was sniffing in the air, mouth watering, like it smelled a freshly cooked pizza. Then my heart stopped as the creature stood still for a moment and turned back in our direction. It walked right in front of where we were hiding. It stopped again when we suddenly heard another noise coming from it, a gentler, yet far more terrifying noise. It was the voice of a young girl.
"Please, someone help me. I'm lost."
It spoke in an almost perfect human imitation. Panicking, I took out one of the pocket knives and I jabbed it right in its heel. The moment I did, it roared again. As the 3 of us took off running for our lives. We must have covered 100 yards in only a few seconds, but we ran and ran and ran until we couldn't run anymore. By then, we all collectively realized that we may be screwed. We heard the cracking and smashing of sticks coming to us, so we hid behind some of the trees. By the grace of God or something, the thing ran right past us. But we sat there for 20 minutes more before finally getting the courage to run off in the general direction of where we came from. We were trying to be as quiet as possible, yet as fast as possible, before making it to my house and running straight up to my room and locking the doors and windows. We lay there for some time, just thinking in silence about what we saw. The other guys slept over, too afraid to go back to their own houses because that would mean going back outside, and outside was where that thing was. We've never gone within a 3-mile radius of those woods again, but sometimes I still get that static feeling under my skin at home. And now, whenever that happens, I always close my window and find something to protect myself with. Just writing this scares the devil out of me. Wendigo by Harley. I'd like to first say that I didn't find out what this actually was until I turned 12 and listened to a few stories online. Stories that matched my own. I was 7 when it happened, out back at my auntie's house. Out there is a trail that leads deep into the mountains. It was on an occasion my Uncle Jared had decided to take us out walking on those trails to explore a little bit. About 20 to 30 minutes into the trail, we hear the trees rattling. This is rural Canada, so wind coming through the mountains isn't rare. But something was off about this. We decided to truck on, not paying much mind to the weird wind. After a little while longer, Jared points out something in the tree line about 10 meters away. I turned toward the tree line and saw antlers poking out from behind one of the trees. Being young and ignorant at the time, I said as quietly as a 70-year-old could get, excitedly, "Look, a deer." But my uncle did not feel the same. And now I realize why. Looking back on it, a deer's head coming from 8 feet off the ground from behind a tree, with eyes more akin to a predatory cat, that wasn't normal. He grabbed me by the arm and we began to run back. As I heard the thing coming out of the tree line behind the tree, I turned to look back, seeing a creature with a strange posture and an appearance between a deer and frog, ran perpendicular to us along the tree line. After about 10 minutes of running, I was entirely winded, but we continued going until we made it back to the trailer. Once there, my uncle said not to tell my parents. They would get mad at him and not trust me with him anymore, not to mention he knew that they wouldn't believe our little story. He said if anyone asked, we were just spooked by wildlife or maybe a homeless person. But even at that age, I knew that thing was the furthest thing from human. I still tell this story to my friends, and none of them believe me. You don't have to either. But I'll always look back on this odd experience with fear and curiosity. The Thing in My Crawl Space by Eric K. I live in Canada, in one of the most citied areas. On either side of my street, there is a line of houses, each containing 10 or 12 homes. My house sits on a bit of a hill and has a lot of windows, maybe a tad too many. Now, my house has 3 levels, all having about 12 stairs to climb to get up there. My room was on the 3rd floor, and it makes me feel somewhat safer being off the ground. But my room does have a crawl space that takes up one of the corners of my room, and on the other side of my door, there's a 4 to 5 meter hallway that leads to my parents' room. I was 12 years old at the time, so this experience was especially terrifying to my young mind. One weekend, my parents were going out, and of course I asked if I could stay home. I was big into Fortnite and wanted to play some. They said okay, so I went on up to my room after they left, and I played for about an hour. It was then that I was interrupted by an odd sound. Like a loud metal on metal sound. I turned to my window, and just in a nick of time, I see in the spotlight of the street lamp something darting across the yard in front of us. I thought it was a raccoon at the time. Everyone had their garbage cans out for the trash truck tomorrow, so I didn't think much of it. But I did call my mom to let her know what I saw. She laughed and said to make sure the dogs were inside. So I ran downstairs to let them in. While I was walking back upstairs, I heard the same metal on metal sound. This time much closer. I brought the dogs upstairs and locked them in my room as I was beginning to feel uneasy. I put my headset back on, but as I do, I hear a loud thump that makes me and even the dogs jump. I yanked my headphones off and listened for a moment, but I did not hear anything else for a while. So I decided to turn on a movie instead and try to get some sleep. But first, I let my dogs out of my room. They were snoring way too loud for me to sleep. This was something I would quickly regret. While dozing off, I heard the sound that was like a dog trying to become comfortable, like nails on wood. I was confused because the dogs were in my parents' room now, and that was a bit too far away, and there were too many walls to hear it that clearly. This put me on edge. Then I began to hear a creaky metal sound, like a squeaky hinge on an old door, followed by an intense feeling of dread overwhelming me. I slowly turned my head to my closet, but I saw nothing. Then I turned my head to the left, and my heart sank. There, my crawl space door was slightly open. I wanted to force myself to get up, but I was too scared to move. Then, I saw a dinner plate-sized hand reaching towards my face. I was able to scream now. The hand pulled away, and I broke out of this trance I was in. I ran to the door and went to get my dogs, sweating and crying at the same time. When I found the dogs, I saw that they were cowering. I looked back down the hallway to see a pale figure in my room. It scuttered away before I could make out full detail. Before I knew it, there was something racing out of my window, and I saw a shadow darting across the street, similar to before. I waited for my parents to come home. Then I cried in their arms as they denied and denied again my story. Ever since that night, I've kept a kitchen knife at my bedside, just in case it comes back. And I've also sealed that door shut with tape, glue, nails, everything I could get my hands on, because I do not want it back in my room. Because who knows, next time I may be asleep, and I may not be awake to run away and save my own life. Oklahoma Plains, Wendigo by Hunter C. It was a normal drive home from the oil fields until I saw it. Something that I've never seen before, on or off the road. Keep in mind that the road I was driving on is not used very often. I saw a row of deer carcasses lined up across the road. Something told me that I needed to get out of that place to turn my vehicle around, but before I could, I saw something totally inhuman standing right there by my driver's side door. Something with a head like a deer's skull. My heart was pounding so fast, it was all I could hear. I thought I was going to pass out from fear. It let out a scream unlike anything I've ever heard before. I froze, doing everything in my power to try to move again, as it took another step toward my vehicle. The creature was huge, standing at about 8 feet tall, easily towering over my small truck. It started to sniff the air. I honestly thought this was it for me. I slowly reached for my back pocket. My key fob had an alarm button, and it would play whether my truck was started or not. The moment I pressed the button, it spooked the creature, and it sprinted away at an unnatural speed. I floored the gas. I've never driven so recklessly before. I went at a top speed of 95 miles per hour, and this was on some back road. I'm surprised I didn't crash. When I saw the end of the road leading to the highway, I felt so relieved. It's been 3 years since the incident, and I always get the feeling that something is watching me when I'm driving out there. It's part of the job, and I just hope it doesn't come back. My Experience in Algonquin National Park by Ike. I was taking a school trip with about half of my grade through the forests of Algonquin National Park. It's a huge provincial park where you're surrounded by water and trees and pretty much nothing else. The wildlife there flourished, and everything is secluded from our present society. In other words, there's no signal on your cell phone for the most part. No buildings, no nothing. We stayed there for a week with 2 guides and 6 other guys my age. The first day was great. We got to this camp that my school was hosting. I remember the lake water and trees and the beautiful cabins that we slept in for the night. Nothing too interesting happened that day. We got there and set up for the week. When we woke up, we headed down to the main lodge for breakfast, and then set off for the water. On our second full day there, we were canoeing. I think we were doing it for about 5 or 6 hours. I didn't have a phone or watch with me, so I had to use the sun to guess. By the time we found a nice spot to sleep for the night, it was really dark. We set up our tents and got ready for dinner. On my way through the forest looking for twigs and branches for kindling, I spotted the most curious-looking animal. It stood like a person, but had the hide of a deer, and the head of it was like a wolf and deer mixed together. The moment I saw it, my body kicked into some primal fear mode. I stayed absolutely still, and my breathing went so quiet that I couldn't even feel or hear it. I was alone in the woods with this thing, my camp a few minutes away. I heard a snap of a twig, making me nearly jump. My head darted in that direction, and when I didn't see anything, I quickly turned back to this abomination before me, but it was gone. Quickly, I took the opportunity to run back. I was twigless when I came back, and my guides asked why I hadn't gathered anything. I quietly told them that I couldn't really find much good kindling, and that I wanted to help them start the fire instead. They looked at me funny but consented. About 2 days later, we were canoeing again. We did a portage and then canoed and portaged again, repeating the process until we came upon a mother moose and her baby drinking in the water. They were beautiful but intimidating. All of a sudden, I was overwhelmed with this feeling of terror. I was worried. I began to scan the forest around us, and I spotted the thing I'd seen before just 2 nights ago. I didn't know what it was, but just having it around me, it made me feel like my world was coming crashing down. My group started to shout at the moose to get them to move. We were in the water, so we should have been safe from any moose attacks. And luckily, the mother moose and baby got the idea. They turned and disappeared into the forest. By the time we reached the shore, the creature had disappeared as well, though I was left horrified at the idea of being in the woods again with that thing. That night, we were roasting marshmallows, the stereotypical camping trip snack. My throat got dry all of a sudden, so I went over to my tent to get some water. And a few minutes later, we went to bed. About 3 hours after that, I woke up, quickly regretting all the water I had drank. It must have been about 1 in the morning if I had to guess. I found myself a nice little spot to relieve myself. I didn't bring a flashlight, but it was okay because the moon was shining brightly in the sky. That was when, once again, the dreadful feeling came over me, as goosebumps sprouted all over my skin. Something about the dark had always freaked me out, but this was different. This was like my body knowing it wasn't alone anymore. It knew I was in danger. I felt this sudden urge to turn around, and soon I did. I saw the creature again, standing on 2 legs. It was closer than ever before, really giving me an idea of how big it was. Its eyes reflected yellow in the moonlight, and it was bony below its neck, And to be real with you, it looked like it had passed away a long time ago. It was more like a walking corpse than a living thing. I screamed, but all that came out was air, no sound. And then I ran back to my tent and hid under a blanket. Somehow I fell back asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was bright out, and we were getting ready to leave the area. Luckily for me, it was the last time I'd see that Wendigo again. Nighttime Tapping by X.O. Drahas. I'm 14. My family is Amish, and lately I've been having these experiences. It's been happening for a year now. I've seen this thing once, and I believe or hope that it was a dream. But for a dream, it's far too real and vivid. It began a month after we moved into a new house. One night when I was lying in bed, playing on my phone, and yes, some Amish do use phones, when I suddenly heard 2 light taps on a window beside my bed. I froze, afraid to look, and after a few moments when I turned, I saw nothing there. A year after that, I had forgotten about that night, and I have moved into a different room. These experiences last for the course of 3 or 4 months. I would be lying in bed reading a book or minding my own business when I'd hear a thump thump tap tap tapping sound on the window, facing the foot of my bed. Once again I would freeze in terror, and after a minute or two the thumps would go away. This really stressed me out, filling me with insane amounts of terror every time it happened. But then a particular night rolled around. As usual, I hear the tapping and look out my window, as had become my routine. But this time, I see something. I see the thing that I'm certain has caused all the tapping. It's a white, hairless thing with black pits for eyes and pale, human-like body. It's staring at me, crawling on all fours in the ground. Every time I blinked, it had scuttered to a different place quickly, until it disappeared in the distance. For some reason, I wasn't as terrified as I usually was. Instead, I felt mystified, and I quickly fell back to sleep. It's now February of 2018 as I'm writing this, and I've moved into a new room. But over the past month, the tapping has continued every now and then. And I'm not alone in this anymore, because a friend of mine has reported to me that she had seen something jump off of a street lamp and scurry away. They even heard something stomping around in the loft of their uncle's barn, and just a couple of days ago, they also heard something tapping on their window. These things are still happening, and I'm planning on trying to get a photo. If you don't hear from me, let's hope the worst didn't happen. Rake or Wendigo in the Woods by Foira. I was in the 2nd grade, and it was way past my curfew. My friend Jameson and I were out that night exploring the woods a couple of blocks away from our houses. It was quiet and warm out that night, and it was very comfortable. But it was a little bit too quiet, really. Usually in our neighborhood, you would hear frogs and crickets at night, but not that night. It was so weird, it was like some strange phenomenon. Anyway, it was a Friday night and we were a couple of little kids. We had walked into the woods, and the minute we stepped into them, I immediately felt like something was watching me. "Hey, Jameson, do you feel that?" "Stop, Jamie," he replied. "Stop trying to freak me out." I rolled my eyes and began to scan the woods around us. There was absolutely nothing there, so why we were feeling this way, I didn't know. I tried to talk Jameson into leaving with me, but he said no. I didn't want to stay anymore, but I was certainly not going back by myself. We continued walking until we soon came upon a clearing. I scanned the tree line a little bit, and that's when I saw something weird. There was a gray, thin figure, hunched over. Its arms and legs were like twigs, they were so bony. It looked like someone who hadn't eaten for months, more like bones on top of skin. I could see its ribs even from behind. Jameson must have noticed it as well, but as he stepped over to stand next to me, he stepped on a twig, which snapped, causing the thing to turn and look at us. Its eyes were more like pits in its face. We screamed and ran in the opposite direction, straight towards home. It didn't follow us, but that didn't matter. We still ran like there was no tomorrow. This is something that has been seared into my memory, and me and Jamesons want to go back out into those woods at night to see it again. Call us crazy, but that's just how we are. That night will definitely haunt me forever. I own a Tesla, and I regret it now. By Anonymous. Has anyone ever experienced something weird on a road trip? Because I have a story to share with you, back when me and my girlfriend were still together. We had decided to go towards Illinois for the week, since my boss had gotten into an accident and wouldn't be out of the hospital until next Sunday. Like usual on a road trip, we packed our stuff into the Tesla. Bear in mind it was a used one. We didn't get on the road until about 8 p.m. By the time we were on the interstate highway, there wasn't a single light on the road or any other car headlight to be seen. So, like any person would, I decided to switch my autopilot on. Sure, I don't entirely trust the feature yet. It's a little bit sketchy to me. But after a while of monitoring it on the road, I was consumed by my phone, playing mobile games. Suddenly, I hear that chime that the Tesla plays when there's something in front of the car. It quickly slams the brakes on. By then, I'm thinking it was a deer or something walking out into the middle of the road. But as I stare out over the dashboard, I don't see anything. Maybe a malfunction, I thought. I re-engaged the autopilot, thinking that it was just an animal who had already passed on the road when I looked up. I began playing more mobile games until I hear the same freaking chime. I look in the road and there's nothing again. This time I start driving on my own. I'm beginning to think it's something with the autopilot. Then the car suddenly just turns off. I put it in neutral and push the car to the side. But something catches my eye. In the distance, I can make out a silhouette of a figure with arms and legs contorted in weird ways. I call out, "Hello? Are you okay?" Of course, just assuming it's a person. When they're close enough, the figure lunges towards the car at an extremely sudden and rapid speed. Whatever it is clawing at the side of the car, trying to get inside, and even chips the glass a bit. Suddenly, my girlfriend must have woke up because she screams loud enough to scare the thing and cause it to run away into the darkness. I manage to get the car started, and I drive as fast as I can away from that area, not putting it back on autopilot because I did not want to be stopped again, not until I saw daylight or we had a place to stay. What in the world we saw that night, I have no idea. And it makes me a bit irritated that my Tesla almost got us attacked. The Thing in the Woods by Anonymous. To begin, my friend is letting me write this story for her. She said it's helping her get a laugh off of her chest, and this story has to do with her. Me and Opal, my best friend, were going camping for the weekend, and from the start she was not having fun. She was having a lot of panic attacks, as her boyfriend had recently left her, well, to go into the army, and she felt scared for him. I thought I could help her feel better, so we left right after work one day to try to enjoy ourselves. The first day was fine, but she couldn't sleep. She never does sleep that much anyway. I, on the other hand, was exhausted and passed out pretty quickly. The following 2 days were when it started to get bad. Opal wanted to go into town to call her mom and tell her how the trip was going. The sun had been setting, and by the time we got halfway, Opal suddenly screamed. I didn't see that I had almost hit a deer. but we didn't stop until getting to town. She stayed in the car, and I went in for gas and to let her get some privacy while she was on the phone. Outside the car, it smelled really bad. Not thinking much about it, I simply walked back to the car when I had gotten the gas. She was crying on the phone, and as I stepped inside, she hung up and acted like everything was fine again. I didn't ask, worrying that it wasn't any of my business. We headed back to camp, and along the way I could hear a clicking sound. I thought it was my car. It was a crap car after all. I asked her to turn the music down so I could hear it better. She did, and I realized it wasn't the car. It sounded more like the sound of a little kid would make when you tick them off. I stopped the car and got out. Now the smell had followed us somehow, and it was worse than ever. There was this sound coming from all around us, and Opal could hear it too. She got out of the car. We looked around for the source of the smell but could not find it. We got back on the road. Not long after that, Opal nearly yanked the wheel out of my hand. I slammed on the brakes. Turns out there was something in the road that I almost didn't see, and it looked like the same deer as before, but now I had gotten a better look at it. This was no deer. There was red all over it, chunks of meat missing, and flies swarming about it. Suddenly it charged at us. The thing rammed into the car, pushing it back a few feet with force. Opal screamed as the battery went out in the car, and I tried to get it started again. The creature was in front of us, making that clicking sound, before it suddenly stopped and simply walked away into the woods like nothing ever happened. We gunned it back to camp, packed up for the night, and left back home. There was something wrong with those woods, and I don't think it would have been safe to stay out there. Even back home, I didn't feel as alone as I should have been. The Wendigo is a vicious spirit that possesses humans and changes them into a ravenous, starving creature, one that can only hunger for human flesh. And even better, it is cursed to never be satisfied, no matter how much it feasts. So the next time you're in the woods, beware of its different shapes and its different ploys. It may look like a pale human, or it may wear the skeletal remains of a deer, but there's no doubt that all it wants to do is attack any human on sight. You've been warned. Good night. Be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Don't forget, you can send me your stories at darknessprevails.org, but you've got to create an account first. If you want to support my channel further, go to patreon.com/darknessprevails. By donating any amount, you'll receive credits at the end of these videos for as long as you donate, and you'll unlock access to ad-free MP3 downloads at Patreon. Or you could click that shop button below and get some creepy cool Darkness Prevails merchandise well before Christmas time comes around. Now, as usual, here are my 5 favorite early comments from the previous full episode about 10 real Dogman sightings. Nick Rolls says, Wendigo's won though. He's talking about the poll I took over Dogman or Wendigo stories. Well, I wanted to do both, and since a number of people complained that I do too many Wendigo stories, I decided to touch back on Dogman first, but I always retouch on the classic monsters, so no worries. Kane7ify says, bad Dogman, bad. I don't think a squirt bottle's gonna do any good if your Dogman completely devours your couch. I'm surprised we haven't bred our dogs into a Dogman-like creature yet. Just look how freaking mutated some of those dogs are. Those poor pugs. Kate McGinty says, saw a Dogman at Walmart last weekend. Oh, you must have saw that episode of People of Walmart as well. Yuck. Keenan Chicoine says, man, I haven't been keeping up with your videos. I gotta catch up. Well, the more you miss, the more you'll have to watch. So get ready for one creepy binge. And X-Fresh Kate says, Dogmen are my personal favorite cryptids. Bless up. Mine too. And because they're nearly the same as werewolves, I can't get enough of both. You know what they say, man's best enemy. Anyways, guys, thanks so much for tuning in to another Darkness Prevails episode. More scary stories are coming soon, so stay tuned. Until next time, here are the credits to my patrons who continue to donate like awesome people. A huge thanks goes out to them. Remember, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.
Welcome to Dead and Roasted. What can I get you?
Wow, this was one of those rare stories where, while I was recording it, I got goosebumps on my neck, and at one point, my eyes watered. Do you know that feeling? That fear that begs you to look behind you, but to such a great extent that you can't even bring yourself to look. Keep that idea in mind. You'll understand soon. This story, titled The Standing Tree, from an Australian gentleman named E.G. Scott, is an extremely disturbing story about a school and a nearby tree. Something in the 90s was taking children. Be warned, this story will sit with you long after you're done listening. There are places that do not want you. I know this now, with the certainty of a man who has felt it, though it took me years to understand what that feeling meant. In the mid-90s, I arrived in a small town in northern New South Wales. I will not name it specifically, and I beg of you not to try to find it. I moved to take up my first teaching position. I was 24 years old, recently qualified, and possessed of that peculiar optimism that comes from never having been tested by the world. The school sat at the end of a road that the locals called Boundary Road, but that was not its official name. It was a building of weatherboard and corrugated iron that had been standing since the 1920s, its paint peeling in the fierce summer sun, its windows foggy with age. Behind it, beyond a rusted wire fence that marked the official edge of the school grounds, lay the bush. I use that word deliberately. Not forest or woodland, those tame English words that conjure images of managed copses and walking paths. This was true bush in the Australian sense. Dense, ancient, indifferent. Scribbly gums and ironbarks grew in thickets so tight that sunlight barely reached the forest floor. Lantana choked the undergrowth in impenetrable tangles, and the constant buzz of insects created a wall of sound that seemed to press against your skull. The children were forbidden from entering it, of course. The fence was there for that purpose, though it was hardly necessary. Most of them would not go near it anyway. It was the tree that kept them away. I first noticed it during my second week. I was supervising the lunch break, watching the children scatter across the playing field like seeds thrown from a hand, when I realized that none of them went near the back fence. They played in the middle of the field, clustered near the building, kicked balls along the gravel paths. But that far corner, where the fence met the bush, remained empty. It was as if an invisible boundary had been drawn across the grass, one that every child instinctively understood. When I asked Helen Marchetti, the 3-year teacher who had been at the school for 15 years, she laughed, like when you do when you're trying to dismiss something that you don't want to discuss. "Oh, that's just the tree," she said. "The kids always have avoided it, probably something their parents told them." "What tree, exactly?" She pointed with her chin, that Australian gesture that manages to be both precise and dismissive. "That big dead one just past the fence. The gray one, you can see it from here if you look." I looked, and once I saw it, I could not understand how I had failed to notice it before. It stood perhaps 20 meters beyond the fence, a massive gray eucalyptus that rose above the canopy like a finger pointed at the sky. It was dead, that much was obvious, from the way its bark had fallen away in great sheets, leaving the trunk smooth and pale, almost bone-like in its nakedness. No leaves clung to its branches, no birds nested in its hollows. It simply stood there, stark against the green of the surrounding bush, as if it belonged to a different world entirely. The other trees seemed to lean away from it, though I told myself that was merely an effect of the light. "It's actually technically within the school boundary," Helen continued, "if you go by the original survey maps. The fence was put up in the 70s to keep the kids from wandering too far. But the trees on our side of the line, just barely." She paused, and something flickered across her face, a shadow of an expression I couldn't quite read. "The older teachers, back when I started, they used to call it the standing tree. Capital letters like it was a proper name." "Why is that?" "Oh, I don't know. They never told me, and I never cared to ask." That night in my small rented house, I lay awake thinking about the tree. It shouldn't have bothered me. I was a rational man, educated in the sciences, trained to dismiss superstition as the remnant of a less enlightened age. But there had been something in Helen's voice, something in the way she had turned away after speaking, something that stayed with me. And when I finally slept, I dreamt of standing at the base of that pale trunk, looking up into branches that spread across the sky like the veins of a bloodless hand. Over the following weeks, I learned more, not from asking directly. I quickly discovered that direct questions about the tree were met with evasion or silence, but from listening, from noticing. The groundskeeper, a taciturn man named Doug who had worked at the school since the 1960s, would not mow the grass within 50 meters of the fence. When I asked him why, he said only that the mower didn't work well on that patch. The principal, Mrs. Davies, scheduled all outdoor events on the opposite side of the building, and the children, well, the children had their own rules. I overheard them sometimes, whispering to each other in the corridors. "Never look at it after dark. Don't say its name out loud. If you hear it calling, put your fingers in your ears and count to 100. Children's nonsense, I thought. Folklore that accumulates around any mysterious object, passed down from older siblings and neighborhood friends, and embellished with each telling. But I noticed that even the boldest of them, the ones who always pushed boundaries in every other way, they gave that corner of the field a wide berth. It was an afternoon in late April when I finally went to see it for myself. The days were growing shorter by then, the fierce summer heat giving way to the mild coolness of autumn. I had stayed late to prepare materials for the following week. I was teaching Year 5 and we were beginning a unit on Australian colonial history. And by the time I finished, the sun was already low, painting the western sky in shades of amber and rose. The school was empty. Even Doug had gone home by then, his ute crunching down the gravel drive half an hour earlier. I was alone. I don't know what compelled me. Curiosity, perhaps, or the need to prove myself that it was merely a tree, merely dead wood standing in ordinary bush. I locked my classroom, walked across the playing field, and climbed the fence. The bush closed around me immediately. One moment I was standing in open ground, the evening light still warm on my face, and the next I was in shadow, surrounded by the smell of eucalyptus and decay. The ground was thick with fallen leaves, dry and crackling beneath my feet. Ahead, I could see the pale trunk of the tree through the scrub. It was larger than I expected. Up close, the trunk was perhaps 3 meters in diameter, rising straight and smooth for 10 meters before splitting into those bare, reaching branches. The bark that remained, a few patches near the base, was gray and rough, covered in strange markings that might have been natural and might have been something else. I couldn't tell. The light was failing. I stood there for a moment, looking up. The sky was visible through the branches, a darkening blue streaked with the last traces of sunset. A crow called somewhere in the distance, its cry harsh and lonely. The bush was very still. And then I heard it. A sound from the other side of the trunk. Something moving, something large. It was the sound of weight shifting against bark, a slow, steady scraping, as if something were climbing or descending on the far side of the tree. I could hear it clearly in the silence. The rasp of rough skin against wood, the faint creak of dead branches, the suggestion of immense size moving with terrible patience. I should have run. Every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to turn and flee, to get back over that fence and into the open ground of the playing field. But I didn't. Instead, driven by some impulse I still cannot explain, I walked around the trunk. Nothing. The far side of the tree was empty. Just more bare trunk, more fallen leaves, more bush stretching away into the gathering darkness. Whatever I had heard, if I had heard anything at all, was gone. I stood there, heart pounding, my breath coming fast. The light was almost gone now, the sky above the branches fading from blue to purple to black. I needed to leave. I needed to get back. Then the wind came. It was not a natural wind. There was no rustle in the surrounding trees or movement in the undergrowth. It came from directly above me, a cold blast of air that descended from the branches like breath, like something exhaling. It was so cold on my skin that it hurt, a chill that bit through my shirt and into my flesh. It made my skin tighten up, and my eyes even watered. It smelled of old things, of deep places, of something that had been waiting there a very long time. I ran. I crossed the distance to the fence, climbed it, then walked briskly back to my car. I remember sitting in the driver's seat, my hands trembling so badly that I could barely find the keys in my pocket. There were tears streaming down my face, though I wasn't actually crying, not in any emotional sense. My body was simply reacting to something my mind was not ready for. I drove home quietly. I even forgot to turn on the radio. Usually I'd stop at the pub for dinner, a bit of a Friday tradition, but I didn't do that. I went straight to my house, locked the door behind me, and lay in the dark until morning. I think I fell asleep, but I couldn't be sure. It was one of those nights where you open your eyes, the sun is out, and you can't tell whether you fell asleep or not. In the days that followed, I told myself I'd imagined it. The sound and that cold, the sense of presence, all of it could be explained by fatigue or suggestion, the power of accumulated rumors working on an impressionable mind. I was new to the area, still adjusting to the rhythms of rural life. I'd allowed myself to be spooked by children's stories and old wives' tales. But I did not go near the fence again, and when I looked out across the playing field during lunch breaks, watching the children at their games, I was careful not to let my gaze linger on that far corner, where the gray branches reached above the canopy. Some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. I learned more about the tree that winter, not by seeking the knowledge out. I wanted nothing to do with it, but because knowledge has a way of finding you when you've attracted its attention. The Railway Hotel was the kind of pub that exists in every Australian country town. A broad veranda, a public bar worn smooth by generations of elbows, and a cast of regulars who seemed to have grown out of the floorboards like fungi. I went there occasionally on Friday evenings, more for the company than the beer. And it was on one such evening that I found myself sitting next to old Stan Williamson. Stan claimed to have been born in the district before the First World War, which would have made him nearly 90, though he looked older still. His face was textured with deep creases, and his hands like old tree roots, obviously a man who had spent his life clearing from farmland. He drank rum and milk, an old bushman's drink, he said, good for the constitution. And he spoke rarely, only when he had something worth saying. I don't remember how the conversation turned to the school, or to the bush behind it. Perhaps I mentioned where I worked, or he simply knew, the way everyone in small towns knows everything about everyone. But at some point, he set down his glass and looked at me with eyes that were suddenly sharp behind their old, heavy lids. "You've seen it, haven't you? The standing tree," he said. I looked at him and swallowed. I didn't need to answer. He already knew. "The Gamillarii," he continued, his voice roughened by decades of tobacco and hard living. "The black fellas who lived here before us, they never would camp near that spot. Never hunted there either. Wouldn't even walk through that part of the bush if they could help it. Even before the tree died, they stayed away." "Do you know why that is?" Stan took a long drink, the rum and milk leaving a pale film on his upper lip. "My grandfather knew a fella," he said slowly. "An elder, one of the last who still remembered the old ways. This was back in the 20s, maybe earlier. Grandfather asked him about that tree. Asked him what was wrong with it, why his mob avoided it. And the old man, he got this look on his face, like he was trying to explain something to a child, something the child couldn't possibly understand." He paused, staring into his glass, as if the memory was floating there. "He said something lived there, had always lived there, before the white man came, before the blacks came, before anyone came. Before the land was the land," he said, which didn't make any sense to my grandfather. Something in the ground that the tree grew out of, or something that grew into the tree. He couldn't explain it proper, said their language didn't have the right words, but maybe no language did. "What kind of something?" Stan turned to look at me then, and I saw something in his eyes I hadn't expected. Something like fear, but not exactly. It was like it had lived in his bones for 90 years and would live there until he died. "The kind you don't ask about, mate. The kind you just leave alone." He finished his drink and stood, joints cracking like dry timber. "My advice, find another school, another town. Get as far from that tree as you can, and don't ever go back." He left without another word. I stayed longer, watching the condensation run down my untouched glass, feeling the weight of those words settle over me like earth on my coffin. I didn't ask anyone else. I put my head down, taught my classes, marked my papers, and tried to forget. The months passed. Summer came again, then autumn, then winter. The tree stood unchanged on the edge of my vision, pale and patient, waiting. A new school year began. New children filled my classroom, eager faces looking up at me with that particular mix of hope and suspicion that 10-year-olds have for new teachers. I taught them mathematics and history and science. I watched them play in the field during lunch, their games following the same invisible boundaries that their predecessors had observed. Life went on, but beneath its surface, something was shifting. Something was coming. and when it finally arrived in 1995, it came for a child named Thomas Bennett. The morning Tommy disappeared was unremarkable in every way. It was a Thursday. I know because Thursdays were when I taught Year 5 the fundamentals of written expression, and I had prepared a lesson on descriptive language that I was rather proud of. The sky was overcast, a heavy, dark day with the clouds sitting low, and the air smelled of coming rain. The children were restless. They always seemed to be before a storm, and I had to speak sharply twice to settle them down. Tommy Bennett was not in my class. He was a Year 3 student, taught by Helen Marchetti, a small boy with red hair and freckles who I only knew by sight. He had been at the school since kindergarten, the son of a mechanic and a checkout operator at the local supermarket. He was, by all accounts, an ordinary child. The first I heard of anything wrong was at afternoon recess. I was on playground duty, walking the perimeter of the field with a cup of lukewarm tea, when I noticed Helen standing near the back fence, her arms wrapped around herself as if she were cold. Her face was white. "Have you seen Tommy Bennett?" she asked when I approached. Her voice was pitched higher than usual. "He was here at the beginning of the break. Ryan Coulter saw him walking toward the back fence, and now I can't find him." I looked toward the fence. The bush beyond was dark beneath the overcast sky, the gray shape of the tree barely visible through the scrub. I gulped. "He can't have gone over," I said. "The children don't go near." I know they don't. Helen's eyes were fixed on the fence. "But Ryan said he saw Tommy walking that way. Said he called out to him. But Tommy didn't turn around. He just kept walking." We searched the school first. Every classroom and storeroom, every corner of the building. Then the grounds, the equipment shed, the outdoor toilets, the bins behind the canteen. Mrs. Davies called an emergency assembly, lined the children up in the hall and counted them twice. Tommy Bennett was not among them. The police arrived at 2:30. By then, the threatened rain had begun to fall, a light drizzle that would continue through the afternoon and into the evening. I watched from my classroom window as officers in blue uniforms walked the fence line, spoke into their radios, formed a search party, and entered the bush. They were out there for hours. When they emerged just before dark, their faces told us everything. They had found nothing. Not a single footprint, nor a trace of torn clothes. No tell that a child had ever passed that way. The undergrowth was undisturbed. The fence showed no marks of climbing. Thomas Bennett had simply ceased to exist. That night, the town gathered at the community hall. Parents held their children close. Volunteers organized themselves into search parties. Someone put up a large-scale map of the area, marking possible routes a lost child might have taken. Torches were distributed, whistles handed out, phone numbers exchanged. The police established a command post and set up a hotline. But I noticed that none of the local people, none of those who had lived in that town for generations, joined the parties that searched the bush behind the school. They manned the phones, made sandwiches, drove the roads looking for any sign of movement. But they did not go into those trees. When I asked one of the older men why, he looked at me with something like pity. "You go in there at night," he said quietly. "You might not come out." But, I thought, would that not be a good reason to look for Tommy there? The search continued for 3 days. Police from the surrounding districts joined in. A helicopter searched over the bush, rotors beating the air. Dogs were brought in too, trained animals that could supposedly track a scent through any terrain. But the dogs refused to go near the fence. They whined, they paced, they pulled against their leads. Their handlers were baffled. "In 20 years," one of them said, He had never seen animals behave that way. The school remained closed. Parents kept their children at home. The town, usually so busy with the rhythms of rural life, fell into an awful silence. On the fourth day, I went back. I don't know why. It might have been guilt. I had known about the tree, I had felt what was there, and I had said nothing. Maybe it was hope, too, the irrational belief that I might find some clue the police had missed, a trace that would bring Tommy home to his parents. But now I wonder if it was simply that the tree had called to me, had planted something in my mind during that cold encounter in April, and I was finally answering. The afternoon was mild. The sky was clear after days of rain. The school grounds were deserted, sealed off by police tape that fluttered in the breeze. I parked on the road, climbed the boundary fence at the rear of the property, and made my way across the empty playing field. The tree was waiting for me. That's how it felt, at least, as I climbed the back fence and pushed into the bush. As the shadows closed around me and the silence deepened, I had the overwhelming sense of approaching something that had been expecting me, that had always been expecting me. The undergrowth parted before my feet as if guiding me forward. The branches overhead formed a tunnel through which the pale trunk glowed like a beacon. I stopped at the base of the tree. The marks I'd noticed before, the strange patterns in the remaining bark, were more visible now, clearer in the afternoon light. They may have been carvings, I thought. Maybe they were scars of some ancient rituals. Or maybe it was nothing, merely the random workings of weather and time on dead wood. I looked up. The branches spread above me like a web, but nothing moved in them. Nothing waited there that I could see. I began to walk around the trunk, and I heard a sound. It was coming from above me, from high in the branches, from the place where the trunk split and the dead limbs reached for the sky. It was a wet sound, a thick, deliberate sound. The sound of something feeding. I have tried in the years since to describe what I heard in that moment, but the words fail me. The closest I can come is this. Imagine meat being pulled from a bone. Imagine the slow separation of sinew from muscle, the stretch and snap of tissue giving away, and imagine it amplified, extended, savored. Whatever was up there, it wasn't merely eating. It was enjoying itself. And there was something else beneath the sounds of consumption. A sound like breathing. Slow, deep, and wet. A sound that vibrated in my chest and made my teeth chatter. I could not bring myself to look up. My body simply refused. Every muscle was locked in place, every joint frozen. I stood at the base of that dead tree with tears streaming down my face. These tears were of pure animalistic terror. And I listened to something eat what I knew in my heart was left of Tommy Bennett. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been minutes, maybe hours. Time had ceased to have meaning. All that existed to me in that moment was the sound. The endless wet, crunching, and tearing of flesh. And the cold certainty that if I looked up, if I saw what was up in that tree, I would never be able to unsee it. That knowing would destroy me. When I finally moved, it was not a conscious decision. My legs, fueled by instinct, simply began to carry me backward, step by shuffling step, my eyes fixed on the ground before me. I did not run. I was too afraid that running would attract its attention. would draw its gaze down from the branches to the small figure retreating through the undergrowth. I walked, slowly and steadily, and I did not look back. I climbed the fence, crossed the field. I entered the school building through the side door that I knew would be unlocked. I then went to the office and picked up the phone. "There's something in the tree," I said when the police answered. My voice was calm but detached, as if someone else were speaking through me. "The big, dead tree behind the school. You need to look in the tree." They found him the next morning. I was not there when they brought the bucket truck, nor was I there when they extended the lift into the branches. I was at home, sitting in my dark living room, staring at a TV that wasn't on. I heard about it later. Everyone in town heard about it, though no one spoke of it openly. The local newspaper ran a brief article the following week. "Missing child found," the headline read. "Body of Thomas Bennett, 8, recovered in bushland behind local school." The article mentioned that the body had been found in a tree and had been identified by parents. It mentioned that the cause of death was still under investigation, though police were treating it as suspicious. It mentioned that counseling services were being made available to students and staff. What it didn't mention, what no newspaper would say, was the condition in which Tommy Bennett had been found. I learned this only later, from a police officer who drank too much at the railway hotel one night and let slip more than he should have. The boy had been wedged into a hollow where 2 branches met, some 15 meters above the ground. Parts of him had been removed. Others had been partially consumed. The body had been there for at least 3 days. "Like something had been storing him there," the officer said, slurring his words. "Like a leopard stores its kills. Wedged him up there and came back when it was hungry for more." I said nothing. I didn't have anything to say. The school reopened the following week. A new fence was erected, taller and stronger than the old one, topped with barbed wire. For safety, Mrs. Davies told the parents at the emergency meeting, to keep the children from wandering into the bush. No one mentioned the tree, of course, and no one suggested it should be cut down. There was no acknowledgement by it in any official capacity that anything out of the ordinary had occurred. But the children knew. Children always know in some way. The whispers in the corridors grew more urgent, more specific, and the invisible boundary around that far corner of the field grew wider still. Life again went on. It had to. There were lessons to teach and papers to mark, schedules to keep. The routines of the school year continued, each day following the last in the same familiar pattern. Tommy Bennett's desk was removed from Helen's classroom. His parents moved away, to Sydney, some said, or maybe Brisbane. His friends grew quieter for a while, then gradually returned to their games and their laughter. Children are resilient. It's both their gift and their curse. But I was not resilient. Something had broken in me that afternoon at the base of the tree. Some necessary illusion about the nature of the world had been stripped away from me, and I could not rebuild it. I did my job. I smiled at my students. I attended staff meetings and contributed to discussions about curriculum development. But I was hollow inside, emptied out, just waiting. The tree still stood at the edge of the playing field. I could see it from my classroom window, its horrible shape above the new fence. Every time I looked at it, I heard the sounds again. The wet tearing, the slow crunch, the deep, satisfied breathing. And I knew with absolute certainty that it was only a matter of time before it happened again. Two years passed. I should have left. Every rational part of my mind told me to request a transfer, find a position in another district. But I didn't. I couldn't. The tree had its hooks in me now, and some part of me understood that running wouldn't solve the problem. Whatever had taken root in that dead trunk, could it follow me? Would it be waiting at every fence line and forest edge until I dealt with it here, at its source? So I stayed. I taught. I watched the children carefully, taking note of any who strayed too close to the boundary, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. I became known as strict, perhaps even harsh, the teacher who would not tolerate any deviation from the rules, the one who spoke sharply to anyone who approached the back fence. The other staff thought I was still processing what had happened to Tommy, and they weren't entirely wrong. In 1997, I was assigned a new class, Year 6, the oldest students in the school, on the cusp of high school and independence. Among them were two boys who would test every limit I'd ever set. Their names were Daniel Croft and Samuel Murray. They'd been friends since kindergarten. They had that bond that forms between kids who recognize something similar in each other. In this case, a shared contempt for authority and a bottomless appetite for trouble. They weren't cruel boys, not malicious. They simply didn't believe that rules applied to them. I recognized the type immediately. I'd taught dozens like them over the years. Normally, these kinds of students would respond well to firm boundaries and clear consequences. You establish your authority early, demonstrate that you will not be manipulated, and eventually reach an understanding. Daniel and Sam, however, they were different. They seemed to take my strictness as a personal challenge. The conflict began in the second week of term, when I caught them sneaking toward the back fence during lunch break. They were about 20 meters from it, far closer than any other student would venture, their eyes fixated on the gray shape of the tree visible above the new barbed wire. "Stop." They turned, their faces a blend of surprise and defiance that I'd come to expect. "What do you think you're doing?" I asked. Daniel, the bolder of the two, shrugged with elaborate nonchalance. "Just looking, sir. Didn't know that was against the law." "You know the rules. No one goes near the fence, no one goes near the bush. Go back to the main field now." Sam smirked. "Is it because of the kid that got killed? Tommy something?" I felt something cold move through my chest. "Go now." They went, but I saw them exchange a glance as they walked away, and I knew that this wasn't over. Over the following weeks, Daniel and Sam became increasingly fixated on the tree. They kept asking questions in class that seemed designed to provoke me, about local history and indigenous legends, even unsolved crimes in the district. They whispered to other students in the corridors, spreading stories that grew more lurid with each telling. They tested my patience at every opportunity, pushing closer and closer to the boundary whenever they thought I wasn't watching. The confrontation I'd been dreading came during a history lesson in the third week of term. We were discussing the impact of European settlement on indigenous communities, a sensitive topic I always approached with care, when Daniel raised his hand. "Sir, what about the sacred sites, the places the Aboriginal people wouldn't go?" I should have seen it coming. "There were many such places," I said carefully. "Some were sacred in a positive sense, ceremonial grounds, places of significance. Others were avoided for different reasons. What kind of reasons? Sam asked, and I could hear the trap being laid. Various reasons. Some places were associated with dangerous spirits or... Like the tree behind the school? The classroom went silent. 24 pairs of eyes turned toward me, waiting for an answer. Daniel was smiling, the infuriating smile of a child who believes he has outmaneuvered an adult. That is not what we're discussing today, I said, keeping my voice level. But it's the same thing, isn't it? A girl named Jessica spoke up from the back row. One of the quieter students, usually, not given to confrontation. My nan says the black fellas never went near that tree. Says it's been there forever and that something bad lives in it. My dad reckons it's haunted, another boy added. Reckons that's why Tommy Bennett died there. The tree got him. The tree did not get anyone. My voice was pointed. Tommy Bennett's death was a tragedy, and I won't have it turned into a ghost story for your entertainment. Then what did happen? Daniel leaned forward, his eyes bright. You were there, sir. You found him. Everyone knows that. So what really happened? What did you see? The room was very still. I could hear the clock ticking on the wall, the distant shouts of younger children at play, the whisper of wind through the open window. And beneath it all, like a pulse, like a heartbeat, I could hear the echo of those sounds in the tree. The wet tearing, the slow crunch, the deep and joyful breath. I saw a child dead, I said quietly. I saw grief and horror and loss. That's what I saw, Daniel. That's what death looks like. It's no story, it's not an adventure, it's the end of everything that person was or could have been. And if you had any decency, any respect for Tommy or his family, you would stop treating it as entertainment. Something flicked across Daniel's face. Shame, I hoped, or the beginning of understanding. But Sam leaned over and whispered something in his ear, and the moment passed. What about the tree, though? Sam pressed. Jessica's nan isn't the only one who says things about it. Everyone in town knows there's something wrong with it. Everyone knows kids aren't supposed to go near it. But no one will say why. Don't you think that's weird? Some things are better left alone, I said. That's what adults always say when they don't want to tell you the truth. No, I met his eyes, held them. That's what adults say when the truth is too dangerous for children to hear. When knowing something could put you in harm's way, there are things in this world you are not equipped to understand or to fight. That tree is one of them, and if you value your life, Samuel Murray, you will stay away from it. The bell rang. The students filed out in unusual silence, casting glances back at me as they went. Daniel and Sam were last to leave, and at the door, Daniel paused. You know what's in the tree, don't you, sir? He said. You've seen it. Get to your next class, Daniel. He smiled, infuriating me even more, but I didn't say anything, and he walked away. One afternoon, I overheard them talking to a group of younger children near the water fountain. My brother told me what really happened, Daniel was saying. The kid didn't just die. Something took him in the tree. It grabbed him and pulled him up into the branches and... That's enough, my voice cut through. The younger children scattered like startled birds, but Daniel and Sam stayed where they were. We weren't doing anything wrong, sir, Sam said. Just talking. You were scaring the younger students with ghost stories. That stops now. Daniel leaned against the wall, arms crossed. They're not ghost stories, though. Something really did happen. We talked about Tommy Bennett before. That was real. Everyone knows it. What everyone knows and what is true are not always the same thing. They rolled their eyes, almost at the same time. Those kids were in sync. I should have told someone about this. Should have gone to Mrs. Davies or spoken to their parents. Let someone know how obsessed they'd become with that tree. But I shook it off, and I told myself that they would lose interest eventually. They're kids. Their attention would move on to other forbidden things. I was wrong. The discovery came by accident. It was a Thursday afternoon, and I'd assigned the class a writing exercise, a personal narrative about a place that held significance to them. Most students wrote about their homes or their grandparents' farms, their favorite swimming hole. But when I collected Daniel's paper at the end of the lesson, I noticed that it was not the assignment he had handed in. It was a note, written in Sam's handwriting, folded into a tight square. Clearly it had been passed between them during class. He had not meant to give this to me. It read, "Friday night, after everyone's gone, we cut the fence and climb. Whoever chickens out first has to do the other's homework for a month. I bet there's nothing there anyway. Just some dead tree and old stories. We'll prove everyone wrong." Below it, Daniel's messier scrawl. "Deal, but I want to actually climb in it. Touch the top. That's the real test. Anyone can just walk up to it. But if we climb it, we're legends." I stood at my desk, the note shaking in my hand. I felt the world tilt. Friday night was tomorrow. They were going to climb the tree tomorrow night, after the staff left, after the grounds were empty, after there was no one to stop them. By then, school had ended. Both Daniel and Sam had disappeared into the crowd of departing students, and I could not find them. I went to Mrs. Davies, but she had already left for a meeting in town. I called the numbers listed in the school records, but no one answered at the Croft house, and the Murray line was engaged. I told myself I would catch them first thing Friday morning. I would pull them aside, show them the note, and make them understand the danger they were trying to court. I could not let them go near that tree. I wouldn't let it happen again. But Friday morning came, and Daniel was absent. A stomach bug, his mother said when she called the office. He would be back on Monday. And Sam, when I tried to speak with him before class, simply looked at me with those defiant eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about, sir. There's no plan, we're just mucking around." He was lying. I knew he was lying. But I had no proof beyond a confiscated note. And when I brought it to the principal, she told me I was welcome to stay after school to keep an eye out. Great. I watched Sam throughout the day, saw him watching the clock, and I felt the hours slipping away like sand through an hourglass. The night it happened was a Friday in late October. The days were growing longer again, the jacarandas blooming along the main street in cascades of purple. I'd stayed late at school, as I often did, marking assignments and preparing lessons for the following week. But this time I was not preparing lessons. Instead, I was waiting, watching the car park, hoping to catch the two before they could enact their plan. By 7 o'clock, the school was dark and silent. No sign of the boys. I told myself that perhaps they had abandoned the plan. Perhaps Daniel's illness had been real, had kept him from the rendezvous. Perhaps Sam had come to his senses. So I waited a while longer. And still, nothing happened. I drove home. I ate dinner without even tasting it, and then at 9 o'clock, my telephone rang. It was Sarah Murray, and even before she spoke, I knew. "Have you seen Sam?" Her voice sounded worried. "He was supposed to be home for dinner. I've called his friends and driven all the usual places, but Daniel Croft is missing too. His mother just rang me, said he snuck out when she thought he was in bed. No one has seen either of them since school let out. That painful cold in my chest was like a knife. I know where they are. The tree. What? Where? But I'd already hung up. I grabbed my keys and ran for the car, the note's words burning in my mind. We cut the fence and climb. Whoever chickens out first has to do the other's homework for a month. Of course they'd gone. The school was dark when I arrived. I parked at the front gate, leaving the engine running, and ran across the playing field. The grass was wet with dew. The air was heavy with the smell of approaching summer. And above me, the stars were cold and silent, indifferent to what was happening below. The fence had been cut. Someone had taken wire cutters to the mesh, creating a hole large enough for a child to crawl through. I squeezed through the gap, feeling the barbed wire catch at my shirt, and I plunged into the bush. The tree was ahead of me. I could see it through the scrub. And standing at its base, motionless, was a figure. Sam. He was alone. His back was to me, his head tilted upward, his body completely still. He might have been a statue carved from the same pale wood as the tree itself. He didn't react to my approach. He did not turn at the sound of my crashing footsteps. Sam. No response. I moved closer, my heart going mad, and I reached out to touch his shoulder. His skin was ice cold. Then I heard it. That sound from above. The wet, rhythmic crunching. The slow tearing of meat from bones. That deep breathing that seemed so happy. It vibrated my entire skeleton. I didn't look up. I kept my eyes on poor Sam's face. His blank, staring face, his eyes fixed on something that I could not see. And I wrapped my arms around his rigid body, lifting him from the ground. He was heavier than I expected, stiff and unyielding as if his muscles had locked up in terror and refused to release. I held him against my chest and walked. Again, I did not run. Running would make noise. It would attract predators, or a predator. So I walked painfully slow, one step at a time, while the sounds above us continued, while that cold wind began to blow from the branches, while every instinct I had screamed at me to drop the boy. The bush parted before me, and the fence appeared, the hole in its mesh a dark wound in the silver wire. I pushed through, carrying Sam still somehow, feeling the barbed wire tear at my skin. Then I stumbled out onto the playing field. Behind me, something moved in the tree. I heard the scrape of weight shifting against wood, the creaking of branches bending. And then, carrying across the empty field like the voice of a nightmare, I heard a sound that might have been a word. It might have been a name. But it could have been nothing at all. Whatever it was, it froze my blood and made me finally, truly run. Across the dew-wet grass toward the lights of the school. The police found Daniel Croft's remains a day later. He was in the tree, like Tommy Bennett before him, wedged into a hollow high in the branches. The official story was that he had fallen while climbing, that his injuries were consistent with impact trauma, and that Sam Murray had witnessed the accident and had been rendered catatonic with shock. Another tragedy, the papers concluded, but nothing suspicious, nothing criminal, nothing worth investigating further. I gave my statement 3 times to the local police, then to detectives from the regional command, then to some woman in a gray suit who never identified her agency. I told them exactly what had happened, how I'd found Sam, how I'd carried him out, how I'd heard sounds in the tree but had seen nothing. They wrote it all down. They thanked me for my cooperation, and I never heard from them again. Sam was taken to a psychiatric facility in Newcastle. His parents visited once, then twice, and then stopped coming. I heard later they had divorced. His mother had moved interstate, and his father had drunk himself into an early grave. Sam remained in the facility, unresponsive, unspeaking, staring at a wall that only he could see. I should have let it go. Really, I should have accepted that I had done everything I could, that 2 children were dead and 1 was destroyed, that there was nothing more to be done. The authorities had investigated, the case was closed, life would go on. But I couldn't do that, because that damned tree was still standing there. And as long as it stood, as long as whatever lived in it was still up there, more children would die. More parents would grieve, their lives destroyed. More innocent lives would be offered up to whatever ancient hunger had taken root in that place. I made my plan in the weeks that followed. It was simple, probably foolishly simple. I would return to the tree on a weekend when the school was empty. I would bring fuel and matches, and I would burn the standing tree to the ground. I knew the risks. The bush was dry, the fire danger was high. What I was planning to do was arson at best, environmental catastrophe at worst. But I'd heard the sounds, and I'd felt the cold. I'd seen what was left of Tommy Bennett and Daniel Croft, and I knew that no risk was too great if it meant ending this. Trust me, I considered chopping it down, but I don't think I'd last that long beneath the tree. Do you think whatever lived in it would let me do that? It was a Saturday afternoon. The school was deserted, the car park empty, and the buildings silent. I parked on a side street, out of sight, and I walked in carefully with a plastic container of petrol and a box of matches in my bag. The sun was hot on my shoulders. The cicadas screamed in the trees. The hole in that fence had been repaired, but I had brought wire cutters. I made a new, larger opening this time, pushing through into the bush. The undergrowth was thick after the spring rains, vines and ferns crowding the ground. But the path to the tree was clear. It always was. When I reached the trunk, I set down my bag and unscrewed the cap of the petrol container. The smell hit me immediately. My hands were steady. My mind was calm. I knew what I had to do. I began to pour. The petrol splashed against the pale bark, darkening it, running down in rivulets to pull at the base. I walked around the trunk, spreading the fuel as widely as I could, working quickly, methodically. I listened closely to the branches above, but they were silent. The thing in the tree was asleep, or was it waiting, or was it watching? No, I was wrong. I heard it then. Something moving on the bark, descending. I fumbled for the matches. My hands were trembling now. The calm had shattered, replaced by raw terror. I struck one match, then another, but they wouldn't catch. The heads kept crumbling against the strip. The crawling sound grew closer. I could hear the scrape of something against the wood, the slow, patient moving of something large descending the far side of that trunk. In seconds, it would round the curve of the bark, and in seconds I would see it. A third match, a fourth. They crumbled, useless, the phosphorus turning to dust. "Police, don't move." The beam of a flashlight hit me full in the face. I stumbled backward, blinded, the matches scattering from my hand. Through the glare, I could see a uniformed figure, torch in one hand, the other raised in a gesture of command. "Drop whatever you're holding and put your hands on your head." I dropped the empty petrol container. I raised my hands, and I heard behind me the sound of something retreating up the tree, climbing back into the branches, returning to its place of waiting. The officer who arrested me was young, barely out of training. He did not understand what he had interrupted. He saw a man dousing a tree with petrol very close to school property. To him, it was attempted arson, reckless endangerment, willful destruction of property. He did not see the thing in the branches, nor did he hear the sounds descending the tree. He saw only a crime, and he did his duty. I did not resist. There was no point to. I allowed myself to be handcuffed and to be led back through the fence, placed in the back of the police car. Apparently, he had followed me when I parked on the side street. As we drove away, I looked back at the school, at the dark line of the bush behind it, and even from there I saw its gray shape. It was still there. It would always be there. I had failed. The trial took 3 months. I was charged with attempted arson, trespass, and reckless endangerment of life. The prosecution painted me as a disturbed individual, one who had become obsessed with the deaths of children at the school where I'd taught, unable to accept that they had been tragic accidents. My lawyer argued diminished responsibility, citing the trauma I'd experienced, the stress of witnessing the aftermath of 2 deaths in my workplace. And the judge, he was sympathetic, or maybe pragmatic. I was sentenced to 18 months, suspended with mandatory psychological counseling. But officially, my teaching career was over. The school board terminated my employment immediately. No other district would hire me. I was a liability, a potential lawsuit waiting to happen. A man who had tried to burn down a tree near a school where children had died. It didn't matter that I'd been trying to protect those children. It didn't matter that I knew the truth. What mattered was the official record, and the official record said I was unstable. I left that town in the spring of 1998. I drove south, and eventually I settled in a coastal town where no one knew my name or my history. I took a job as an assistant manager at a restaurant chain, a job that asks nothing of you except punctuality and a willingness to follow instructions. More years passed. I grew older, and I never went back. But I never did forget. I never stopped wondering what had become of the boy I'd carried out of the bush that night. That boy who had seen what I had only heard. Unexpectedly, the answer came on an ordinary Tuesday in 2003. I was working the lunch shift, seating customers and managing reservations, when a woman approached the host stand. She was middle-aged, unremarkable, and had tired eyes. She asked for a table for one. As I led her to her seat, something about her face triggered a memory. I think it was the shape of her jaw and those brown eyes. I couldn't place why she was familiar at first. It was only when she ordered, when I saw her name on her card, that I understood. Murray. By then she had finished her meal, and against every instinct of self-preservation, I approached her table. "I'm sorry to bother you," I said, "but before you leave, are you by any chance related to a boy named Samuel Murray? He would be about 18 now." She looked up at me, and I saw the recognition dawning in her eyes. Not of me specifically, we had never met, but the question. She knew what I was asking, and she knew why. "Oh, he is my cousin's son," she said. I've actually just been to visit him in Newcastle. Oh, how's he doing these days? Her fingers traced the rim of her coffee cup, round and round as she thought. Then she said, "He's not the same. He'll never be the same, but he's improving, slowly. He started talking last year. After 6 years of silence, he finally started to speak." I swallowed. "That's good. That's very good." "The strange thing is," she hesitated, probably reconsidering how much she should be sharing with a stranger. "The strange thing is what he said. His first words since after all those years of silence." I waited. "He said, 'It's in the tree.'" She looked up at me, her eyes searching my face. "Does that mean anything to you?" The doctors couldn't make sense of it, but he kept saying it over and over. "It's in the tree." My God, I'm not sure what it was about this one, but this story really freaked me out. We moved recently to a new house, and it's the first time we have a room with one of those stereotypical tree right by the bedroom window situations, specifically the window in my son's room. I didn't give it a second thought until reading this story, but now I've got chills, and I might check on my son while he's sleeping when I'm done here. Thank you for listening. This has been Tales from the Break Room, the podcast where I share work-related scary stories. For more, go to Spotify or Apple Podcasts and search for Tales from the Break Room, or simply search EerieCast. If you need a relief from the terror, join me over at my channel, Night Watchers, where me and my friends, including Niall from Oni Plays, chat about nonsense. It's good fun before you dive back into something terrifying. Till next time, everyone. It's time for me to clock out, but I'll be clocking back in real soon. As a horror narrator, sometimes a story gets sent to me that's a bit too short or a bit too long, so it's hard to fit into an upcoming script. And because of that, sometimes it sits in my inbox for weeks, months, even years, and I end up forgetting about it. This is one such story, and when I read it, I was horrified. Partially because I'd let it sit for so long, but mostly because it was marked as a true story. People change names, even locations, when they share their true stories. Others often outright fake their stories. What I'm about to share with you has no title, and the author was completely anonymous. I'll leave it up to you to decide whether you believe this or not, but it may be the most terrifying skinwalker story on the internet. There were 2 times in my life where I was certain I was dealing with a skinwalker. Not the internet kind, not the Hollywood version. I'm talking about the real thing, the Ye Nod Lushi. The kind my grandfather warned us about when my parents weren't around. The kind that makes Navajo elders go quiet and change the subject. The first time, I was 10 years old, and it wore my dog's skin. The second time, I was in my mid-20s, and it wore the skin of a man I helped rescue from the high desert outside Cortez, Colorado. I'm going to tell you both stories, because I believe they might be connected in ways I'm only now beginning to understand. They both still keep me up at night. My name is Mason. I'm Navajo on my mother's side, and I grew up splitting time between Tulsa and Window Rock, Arizona. For 15 years, I worked as a wilderness EMT and volunteer search and rescue coordinator for San Juan County. I've seen people die in the back country, and I've found bodies that had been out there for weeks. I've dealt with hypothermia, rattlesnake bites, falls from cliff faces, and one particularly bad encounter with a mountain lion. but nothing prepared me for what I found during that search in 2006. Let me start at the beginning, with the first time. I was 10 years old the summer my grandfather told me the story. This would have been 1991 in late July, hot enough that you couldn't walk barefoot on the dirt roads around Window Rock. Kent and I were staying with our grandparents for 2 weeks while our parents took what Dad called a much-needed vacation. Kent was 8 years old then, all knobby knees and questions. He'd follow me around like a shadow, trying to do everything I did. Most of the time, it annoyed me, but at our grandparents' house, I didn't mind as much. The place felt too big at night, with more dark corners and creaky boards than I cared for. Grandfather didn't tell stories the way white people do. He'd mention things in passing, dropping pieces of information, and you'd have to pay attention or you would miss it. Most of the time he'd be doing something else, like fixing a fence or working on his truck, cleaning his rifle, and a story might just come out. That day he was skinning a rabbit he'd shot that morning. I was sitting on an overturned bucket watching him work. Kent was inside with grandmother, helping her make fry bread, or more likely, getting in her way while she fed him pieces of dough. "You know why we don't whistle at night?" Grandfather asked me. I shook my head. It was something I'd been told not to do, but no one really explained why. "Whistling calls things that listen." He made a precise cut, peeling back the hide. His hands never shook, even though he was well into his 70s. "Most of the time, nothing answers, but sometimes something does." He didn't look at me. He kept working. "My grandfather told me about a man from Chinle. This was a long time ago, before the long walk, maybe before that. This man, he wanted power, wanted to live forever and to do things normal people can't do. So he learned the dark way, killed his own brother to do it, wore his skin until it became his. After that, he could wear anything's skin. Coyote, owl, deer, even other people." I remember my mouth going dry. "Did they catch him?" "No, things like that, you don't catch them. You avoid them. You don't say their name, and you don't whistle at night. You keep your windows closed and your doors locked, and you never invite something inside." He finally looked at me. "And if you see something that doesn't move right, that doesn't sound right, even if it looks like someone you know, you run. You understand me?" "Yes, sir." "I mean it, Mason. You see your brother, your mother, your father, and something feels wrong. You run, because it's not them anymore." He went back to the rabbit. We didn't talk about it again that day, but that night I lay awake in the small bedroom I shared with Kent, listening to every creak and groan of my grandparents' house. The window was open. It was too hot to close it, and I stared at the gap in the curtains, scared I'd see something looking back. Kent was asleep in the other bed, breathing steady. He could sleep through anything, that kid. I envied him that. And then, something scratched at the window screen. I went rigid. The scratching came again, like nails dragging across metal mesh, testing it. Then it stopped. I heard breathing on the other side of the screen, heavy and wet, like a dog had been running, but not a dog. I wanted to get up to close the window, but I didn't dare move. The breathing continued for what felt like hours, but maybe it was only a couple of minutes. Then there were footsteps, padding away through the dirt. I pulled the covers over my head and prayed. Eventually, I fell asleep. The following night, it came back. Around the same time, I'd been watching the clock. 2:47 a.m. The scratching was louder this time and more persistent, There was a smell with it now, seeping through the screen, reminded me of roadkill long forgotten in the summer sun. Kent stirred in his bed. "Mason, what's that smell?" "Go back to sleep," I whispered. "Is there someone outside?" "Just go back to sleep." That was when the scratching stopped, but then there was a voice.
Let me in.
It sounded like grandmother, but not quite. Kent sat up then. "Was that?" I flew out of bed and slammed the window shut, locking it. Whatever was outside made a sound. Not quite a laugh, but not quite a growl either. Then it moved away. In the morning, there were claw marks on the screen. Deep ones, like something had tried to tear through. The frame was bent where something had pushed against it. Grandfather saw this when he came to wake us up. He didn't say a word about it. He just got his tools and replaced the screen. That night and every night after, the windows stayed closed. He burned sage in our room, leaving a line of ash on the windowsill. A couple of nights later, we heard it walking on the roof. Heavy footsteps, too heavy for any animal that should be up there. It stopped right above our room. Kent was crying quietly in his bed, trying not to make any noise. I wanted to comfort him, but I couldn't move. I was too scared to speak. We lay there listening to it pace back and forth until sunrise. In the morning, Grandfather found tracks in the dirt around the house. He would not tell us what kind. He spent the day making protection bundles, hanging them above every door and window. Whatever it was, it didn't come back. Not to that house anyway. 3 weeks later, our dog went missing. His name was Checkers, a mutt we'd had since I was 6. He had these black and white patches and floppy ears, the kind of dog that never met a person he didn't love. Kent had picked him out from a litter at the pound. Checkers slept in my room, followed me everywhere, and would steal food right off your plate if you weren't watching. He disappeared on a Tuesday night. We had let him out to pee around 9 o'clock. Dad opened the back door and Checkers trotted out, tail wagging like it always did. We were watching TV, some sitcom my mom liked. About 10 minutes passed, then 15, and Dad went to call him back in. "Checkers, come on, boy!" Nothing. Dad grabbed a flashlight and went out to look. I could hear him calling from different parts of the yard, his voice getting more concerned every few minutes. After about 20 more minutes, he came back in. "I can't find him. He must have gotten out somehow. Think he found a gap in the fence somewhere." But I'd been playing in the backyard that afternoon. I never found a gap. We spent the next 3 hours searching the neighborhood. Mom drove slowly through the streets while Kent and I called out the windows. Dad walked with his flashlight, checking under cars and bushes. Our neighbors came out to help. Someone from 2 houses down said he'd seen Checkers around 9:15 sniffing around in garbage cans. But that was it. I didn't sleep that night. I kept going over to the window, hoping to see him sitting on the porch. Kent cried himself to sleep. I heard Mom and Dad talking quietly downstairs until nearly 2 in the morning. The next day, we made flyers. Mom drove Kent and me to Kinko's, printing out 50 copies with Checkers' picture. The one from last Christmas where he was wearing the stupid Santa hat Kent had put on him. It read, "Missing dog, family pet, reward," and we put our phone number on the bottom. We spent the afternoon putting them up, on every telephone pole, every stop sign, even the grocery store bulletin board in the vet's office. Kent would knock on doors while I stood behind him, watching him explain to each neighbor about our missing dog. His voice would crack when he described Checkers. He was trying so hard to be brave. "He's really friendly," Kent would say. "He won't bite or anything. If you see him, could you call us, please?" An old lady said she would keep an eye out.
The teenagers at the corner house barely looked up from their video games, and one kind woman gave us cookies, promising to check the shed. Days passed. Every time the phone rang, I'd run for it, hoping. But it was never about Checkers. Mom kept saying he'd come back on his own. The dogs have a fantastic sense of direction. But by the 4th day, even she stopped saying that. Kent barely ate. He'd sit by the back door after school, watching and waiting. I caught him leaving bits of his sandwich on the back porch. Checkers' favorite, peanut butter and jelly. "He'll smell it," Kent said when he saw me watching. "He'll know we're waiting for him." A week went by. The flyers started to fade in the sun by then. Mom gently suggested maybe we should think about visiting the pound, see if there were any puppies that needed homes. Kent ran to his room and slammed the door. I heard him sobbing through the walls. Then there was the false hope. Someone called on day 10, saying she'd seen a black and white dog in the park. We ran there. Kent was still in his pajamas, but it was someone else's dog, a female with different markings. Kent's face when he realized. I'll never forget that. It was like something broke inside him. 12 days after Checkers disappeared, he came back. I was the one who found him. Early in the morning, with barely any light out, I'd gotten up to use the bathroom and happened to glance out the living room window. And there was Checkers, sitting on our front porch, staring at the door. I should have been happy. I should have run to let him inside. But I didn't, because something was wrong. He was sitting extremely still, like a statue. Dogs, especially ones like Checkers, don't sit that still. Checkers couldn't hold still if you paid him to. And he wasn't panting when it was already hot out. No, his mouth was closed. Dogs pant, it's what they do, but Checkers was just sitting there, watching the door. And he was so clean. A dog missing for 12 days should be dirty, matted up, maybe even skinnier. But his coat looked perfect, groomed even. He was cleaner than when he'd left. I stood at the window for a long time, at least 5 minutes, maybe more. He didn't move, didn't scratch at the door, and didn't whine. He sat there staring, occasionally tilting his head, as if curious. Then Mom came down the stairs. "Mason, what are you doing up?" "Checkers is back," I said. She rushed to the window, made a happy sound, and headed for the door. I grabbed her arm. "Wait." "What, honey? He's been gone almost 2 weeks." The dog stood up then. The way he moved was very peculiar. It's hard to explain better than that. Like the actors and puppeteers on Sesame Street trying to handle a puppet. His back legs locked, then his front legs, and he sort of levered himself upright instead of standing the way dogs stand. Mom hesitated. His head swiveled toward her. Not turned, but more like a swivel, and his eyes were weird too. Dogs' eyes catch the light. But Checkers' eyes that morning were flat black. Mom opened the door. "Mom, don't." But she was already reaching for him. Her hand touched his head, and that's when he moved, faster than I'd ever seen Checkers move. He snapped at her, teeth clicking together an inch from her fingers. She jerked back with a yelp. "Jesus Christ!" Dad's voice came from behind us. He was on the stairs in his boxers and a t-shirt. "Back up from the door, now!" he commanded. Mom stumbled back. The thing that looked like Checkers took a step forward, crossing the threshold into our house. Its mouth opened, wide, and I heard a sound that should have never come from a dog. It sounded like my name. Dad grabbed the bat he kept by the front door. "Get out!" he shouted at it. The Checkers thing's head tilted the other way. Its mouth closed, and for a second, it almost looked like our dog again. Then it turned and walked off the porch. It was in no hurry. It just walked slowly. I watched it stop at the edge of our yard, and it tried to stand up. And I mean stand up, like a person, on its hind legs. It got about halfway, front paws hanging down, wobbling like it was trying to remember how to balance itself. It held that position for about 3 seconds, this horrific half-standing thing, before dropping back down to all fours. Then it ran, normal dog running, clearing the neighbor's fence in one bound and disappearing between the houses. We stood there in the doorway, the three of us, not saying anything. Kent showed up a minute later, rubbing sleep from his eyes.
What's going on?
Nothing, Dad said. His voice was steady, but his hands were shaking. Go back to bed.
Was that Checkers?
He'd seen it. Of course he'd seen it. No, I said. That wasn't Checkers. Kent looked at me, then Dad and Mom, and his face crumpled.
But it looked like him.
It wasn't him, Dad said firmly. Checkers is gone, buddy. That was something else.
What do you mean, something else?
None of us knew how to answer that. Dad called Grandfather that morning. They talked for an hour in the kitchen while Mom kept Kent and me in the living room. Kent hadn't said a word since seeing the thing that looked like Checkers. He sat on the couch instead and stared at nothing. I could hear Dad's voice getting louder and more agitated. Mom put on cartoons, but I wasn't watching it, and neither was Kent. Finally, Dad came out. Pack a bag. We're going to stay at a hotel tonight.
Why?
Kent asked. Just for tonight, until Grandfather gets here. We stayed at the Holiday Inn by the highway. Dad got us a room with 2 beds and a pull-out couch. We ordered pizza, but nobody ate much. Dad kept checking the locks in the door, and Mom held Kent while he cried about Checkers. I sat by the window watching the parking lot.
What was that?
I finally asked. Dad and Mom looked at each other, then Dad said, We don't know. But I think he did know. They just knew better than to say it out loud. Grandfather arrived the next morning. He brought some stuff with him. Herbs I didn't recognize, some small bundles wrapped in cloth, a jar of something that looked like ash mixed with dirt. We went back to the house. Dad went in first, checking every room while we waited in the car. When he gave the all clear, Grandfather got to work. He did not explain what he was doing, but he went through the house room by room, marking door frames and windowsills, burning dried plants that filled the house with thick smoke. Mom opened all the windows to air it out, but the smell lingered for days. I wondered if it was the same sage he burned at the window that night. When he was done, he sat all of us down in the living room. Kent and I were on the couch, and Mom and Dad were in the chairs. He stood in front of us.
Whatever came to your door yesterday, it's gone now. It won't come back. But you need to understand something.
He looked at each of us in turn.
That was not your dog. Your dog died out there somewhere, and something else is wearing its skin. Maybe it's been wearing that skin for days. Maybe it was waiting for the right time to come back. But it's not Checkers. Checkers is gone.
Even Mom cried then. I felt my eyes burning, but I didn't let the tears out. Kent was staring at the floor.
There are things out there, Grandfather continued. Old things. Things that learned dark medicine a long time ago and wear animal skins and become those animals. Some of them wear human skin too. They're drawn to weakness, grief, fear. That's when they're most dangerous.
Why did it come here? Dad asked.
I don't know. Maybe it was just hungry. Maybe it was curious. Maybe something drew it.
He paused.
But it said Mason's name. That means it was watching you and learning. If I had not come, If you had let it stay this way, it would have tried again, and eventually you would have let it in."
"How do you know?" I asked.
"Because that is what they do. They wait and they watch and they learn how to be what you want them to be. And then, when you're not paying attention, that's when they take you."
That night, Mom and Dad sat in the kitchen, talking amongst themselves, an all too familiar sound these days. I couldn't hear everything, but I did catch pieces. Can't be real. Saw it. We all saw it. Rational explanation. Stood up. It tried to stand up like a man. The boys are scared. Should be scared. I'm scared. They talked until almost midnight. In the end, they decided not to talk about it anymore, to pretend it never happened, to tell people Checkers had been hit by a car if anyone asked about the flyers. We burned Checkers' collar that night in the backyard. Grandfather said that part was important, that we needed to let go completely. Kent cried. I didn't. I'd already said goodbye to the real Checkers days ago. Whatever that thing was on our porch, it wasn't my dog. For months afterward, I had nightmares. I would dream that Checkers came back again and that we let him inside, that I woke up to find him standing at the foot of my bed, eyes flat and black. In those dreams, he would open his mouth wide and say my name. Mason. Kent had nightmares too. I could tell because I heard him whimpering in his sleep and calling out. He started to sleep with the lights on, and he would start checking under his bed before getting in. Even though we were just kids, he never wanted or asked for another dog. Neither did I. The nightmares eventually did stop, or maybe they just became less frequent. I learned to live with what I'd seen, packed it away in that part of your brain where you keep things you don't want to think about. Years passed. I grew up and went to college, got my EMT certification, and started to work search and rescue. Kent got married and had kids before me, and life went on. I almost forgot about Checkers, almost convinced myself it had been some kind of rabid animal, that my 10-year-old brain had exaggerated the details. But then, about a decade and a half later, I got a call about a missing hiker in the Four Corners area, and everything I'd tried to forget came screaming back. Because when we found him, when I saw his face and looked into his eyes, I knew what he was. And I knew I'd made a terrible mistake bringing him home. The call came in at 4:47 a.m. on a Saturday in October 2006. I was already awake. I hadn't been sleeping well since my divorce. Yep, 26 years old then, and I was already divorced. My phone lit up with Tom's number. He was a San Juan County SAR coordinator, former park ranger, and the kind of guy who'd been doing this for 25 years and had seen everything. If he was calling before sunrise, somebody was in real trouble. "Hey Mason, we've got a missing hiker. Navajo male, 32 years old. Name's Joseph Bentley. Went out solo hiking Thursday afternoon near the Sleeping Ute Mountain Trail System. Was supposed to check in with his wife yesterday. She called it in last night when he didn't come home." I was already pulling on my pants. Weather? "A cold front moved through yesterday evening. Temps dropped to the low 30s last night. He's got gear according to his wife, but we're looking at 48 hours exposure minimum." "I'll be at the staging area in 30. "Make it 20. We're losing daylight." Well, he was gonna have to settle. I made it in 25. The staging area was a dirt lot off the highway, where it curved past the New Mexico border. 5 trucks were already there. People from the sheriff's office, Mark Webb with his tracking dog, Tom's old Ford, a couple of volunteers I knew by face but not by name. Tom was spreading a topographical map across the hood of his truck when I walked up. The man looked tired. Then again, Tom always looked tired. 25 years of pulling bodies out of the wilderness will do that to you.
Mason, good. You know the Sleeping Ute trails?
Well enough. What's our search grid? He pointed to a section of the map marked in red.
Wife says he was planning a day hike, probably this loop here. 8 miles, moderate difficulty. Should have been back by dark Thursday. His truck's still at the trailhead, keys locked inside. We checked. No sign of forced entry, no sign of a struggle, just gone.
Has he done this trail before?
Wife says he hikes up here once a month, knows the area. He's experienced.
Tom paused and rubbed his jaw.
But here's the thing. 2 ranchers reported livestock killings in this area over the past week. 3 calves mutilated. They'd been opened up, organs taken out. Navajo Nation police sent someone out but couldn't make sense of it.
That sent some chills down my spine. Predators?
That's what they're calling it officially, but the ranchers are spooked. One of them said he found tracks near the kill site and claimed they were human footprints. They went all the way up to a barbed wire fence, then disappeared. Said there was nothing but coyote prints on the other side. One of the volunteers, a woman named Sarah, came up and adjusted her radio.
We ready to head out? Every minute counts in this cold.
We divided into 3 teams. I was paired with Sarah and Mark Webb.
Mark and his dog would take point. Sarah and I would cover the flanks. Tom took a volunteer firefighter named Bill and headed north. The others went to cover the eastern grid. The trail began as a well-maintained path with clear markers. The morning air was crisp. There was frost still clinging to the shadowed areas. But as we climbed higher, the terrain got rougher, with loose scree, steep drop-offs, and sections where the trail narrowed to barely 2 feet wide, with nothing but air on one side. About a mile in, we found the first strange thing. It was a dead raven, perfectly intact, lying right in the middle of the trail. There were no wounds or signs of what killed it. Mark's dog, Bear, wouldn't go near it either. In fact, he stood there whining until Mark picked it up with a stick and tossed it into the brush.
That's weird, Sarah said. Ravens don't often drop dead like that.
Half a mile later, we found 3 more, all arranged in a rough line across the trail.
Poison, maybe?
Mark suggested. I wasn't sure about that. Bear had Joseph Binnelly's scent from a jacket his wife provided. The dog was good at his job, nose down, moving steadily up the trail. But 2 miles in, he stopped. Just stopped dead, head up, ears forward.
Bear?
Mark moved up beside him.
What is it, boy?
The dog whined. Not his normal working sound. This was high-pitched, anxious. He took 2 steps backward, away from something up the trail.
Strange, Mark said. He's been acting weird all day. Doesn't usually spook easy. I mean it. He tracked through a mountain lion's territory last month without batting an eye.
Sarah had her hand on the radio then.
Maybe he's picking up on a predator.
But Bear wasn't acting like he'd scented a predator. Poor dog looked terrified.
Let me check ahead, I said, and moved up past them.
The trail curved around a boulder the size of a car. I rounded it, then stopped. There was a smell, not strong but distinct, a coppery and herby smell. Something else too, reminded me of dead deer. And as I had rounded that boulder, the temperature seemed to drop, maybe like 10 degrees colder in this one spot. But there was no shade here, no reason for that to happen. My hand moved to the knife on my belt without me even thinking.
Mason?
Sarah called.
See anything?
Nothing, I said.
Just hold on.
The dirt ahead looked disturbed. Not footprints exactly, but like something had been dragged across it recently. The disturbance went off the trail and into the trees, then came back, then continued up the path. Whatever made it had been moving in circles, like it was confused, or like it was playing.
We should mark this location.
Sarah came around the boulder.
Mark what? I don't see anything.
I looked again. She was right. Staring back at the dirt, it was normal now, just a regular trail.
The disturbance I swear that I saw was gone, but that smell and the cold spot were still there. We continued up. Bear eventually started to work again, but he stayed close to Mark, kept his tail low, looking back over his shoulder every few steps. 3 miles in, we found the first piece of evidence. A water bottle, partially buried under fallen leaves. The label matched the brand Joseph's wife said he carried.
Okay,
Tom's voice crackled over the radio.
we've got scent. Tighten the search grid. He's in this area somewhere.
But the water bottle bothered me. It seemed to have been placed carefully. Not dropped or discarded, but placed there, with the cap on, sitting upright under those leaves, like someone had arranged it, as if someone wanted us to find it. The next 2 miles were harder going. The trail deteriorated into barely more than a game path. We had to use our hands to scramble over rocky sections. Sarah slipped once and caught herself on a pine branch. When she pulled her hand back, there was blood on her palm. Not from thorns, but from tiny-looking cuts, like the branch had been sharp as glass. What the hell? She took a closer look at the branch. It looked fine, but when she touched it again more carefully, it cut her finger, just like that. Ow! That's not normal. All the vegetation in this area was like that. It looked normal, but it was wrong when you looked closer or touched it. When Mark tried to push through some bushes, he jerked back. His jacket had been torn in 3 places. More carefully now, we pushed deeper into the high country. I started to notice other things. The further out we got, the fewer birds sang, fewer insects made sounds, and before long, it had all died down, leaving this claustrophobic stillness that made every sound we made seem too loud. At 10:23 a.m., Mark's radio crackled.
Team 2 has contact. We found him, North Ridge near the Box Canyon. He's alive.
Relief flooded through me. Alive. We'd found him alive.
Condition?
Tom asked. There was a pause. Then,
He's, walking. Looks disoriented, but mobile. We're bringing him down now.
we altered course to meet up with Team 2. It took 40 minutes of hard hiking through rough terrain. I was becoming more anxious by the second. This forest did not want us here, and for what reason I did not know. When Sarah grabbed my arm suddenly, I nearly shouted. She said, "Mason, look at that." She pointed to a tree ahead of us. There were handprints on the bark about 7 feet up, human-shaped handprints pressed deep into the wood like the tree had been soft when they were made. But that was an old tree, had to be 50 years old at least. Make that make sense. When we finally reached them, I saw Joseph Benelli for the first time. He was sitting on a rock, wrapped in an emergency blanket, drinking from a canteen. He was in his mid-30s, average height, black hair pulled back in a ponytail. He looked tired, but otherwise unhurt. No visible injuries, no signs of exposure. His clothes were clean. That struck me as odd. 2 days in the wilderness, and his pants looked fresh. No dirt, no tears, nothing. Dave from Team 2 was talking to him. "Just stay calm, we're gonna get you checked out and get you back to your wife." "I'm fine," Joseph said. His voice was somewhat emotionless. Just got turned around, lost track of time. "You've been out here 2 nights, buddy," Dave said. "Temperature dropped below freezing, too. We've got to get you checked for hypothermia, dehydration, and..." I said I'm fine. The way he said it made something cold settle into my stomach. There was no relief in being found in his voice. No embarrassment either at needing to be rescued. Nothing that you would expect from someone who had been lost. I moved closer to him. "Joseph, I'm Mason, Wilderness EMT. I need to do a quick check if that's okay, to make sure you're good to walk down." He looked right at me. His eyes were brown, normal size, normal color, but there was something missing behind them, like looking at a photograph of a person instead of the person themselves. "Sure, whatever you need," he said. I knelt down in front of him, pulling out my pen light. "Look straight ahead, please. I'm gonna check your pupils." He stared forward. I shone the light in his right eye, then his left. His pupils constricted, a normal response. But his eyes didn't water, and he didn't blink. His eyes stayed fixed on a point over my shoulder. I counted in my head. 30 seconds, 40, a full minute. And the man still didn't blink. "Joseph, you can blink." He blinked immediately, like I had reminded him that he could even do that. How long have you been without water, Joseph?" I asked. "Don't know. A day, maybe." "But you're not thirsty?" "I'm fine." I checked his pulse then. 60 beats per minute. Somehow perfectly steady. Someone who had spent 2 nights in the wild would have an elevated heart rate. Stress, exhaustion, relief at being found. But his was calm, like someone just sitting on their couch. "Well, can you tell me what happened?" I asked. "How'd you get yourself lost?" "Went off trail, chasing a deer. Got confused." "You were chasing a deer?" "I wanted a photo." "For 2 days?" He blinked again, like, "Oh, let me remember to do that," kind of blink. "Lost my phone. Couldn't find the trail. Wandered." The way he spoke was so hollow. And his breath, there was something off about that too. It didn't fog in the cold air like everyone else's. I stood up. "Well, he's showing no signs of exposure. Vitals are stable. I'd like to get him down and do a more thorough check." "Sounds good," Tom said. "Let's pack up, Joseph. You feel okay to walk?" "Yes." Joseph stood up. No trouble at all, no stiffness, no soreness. Just straight up. A girl named Jessica, a younger volunteer, offered him a protein bar. "You must be hungry." "No, thank you." "You haven't eaten in 2 days, right?" "I'm fine." We started the hike down then. Joseph walked in the middle of the group, flanked by Dave and Mark. I hung back with Sarah and watched. "Do you think there's something off about this?" I asked her quietly. She shrugged. "The guy got lost and got lucky. Probably scared out of his mind but trying to play it cool." But it wasn't that. I'd seen scared hikers play tough, and this wasn't that. We'd been hiking about 20 minutes when I noticed how evenly Joseph was walking. That trail, as I said before, was rough and uneven, with rocks and roots and loose dirt. Everybody was watching their footing, occasionally stumbling, experienced SAR and volunteers. But Joseph moved like he was walking on flat ground, and not once did I see him stumble. He never adjusted his stride. It was like his feet found the perfect spot every single step without him even looking down. And he wasn't sweating. We were all sweating from the pace and the gear, everyone except Joseph. "Joseph," I called. "How's your energy? You need a break?" He turned his head to look at me. Just his head, not his shoulders, and I swear it was about 10 degrees too far for a normal person to turn comfortably. "I'm fine." "Still, we should stop. Let everyone catch their breath." Tom waved us down. We gathered in a small clearing, everyone grabbing water and checking their gear. Joseph stood apart from the group. He was staring into the trees. Mark walked over to me, Bear pressing up against his leg. "The dog won't go near him," he said quietly. "Bear's been keeping maximum distance since we found him." I then moved over next to Joseph. "Your wife's gonna be so glad to see you." No response. Joseph?" He turned to face me then, rotating his whole body this time like he'd remembered that's how people move. "Yes." "I said your wife's gonna be glad to see you." "Yes, she will be glad." Dave called out. All right, let's keep moving. Got about 3 miles to the trailhead." We walked, but I couldn't stop watching Joseph. The more I watched, the more wrong things I noticed. Even his shadow seemed weird,
Maybe I was getting paranoid and staring too long and being too judgmental, but I swear to God it seemed to lag behind him slightly, like his shadow was struggling to keep up with his form. When he stepped over a log, his shadow seemed to flow over it instead of jumping, so to speak. We were maybe a mile from the trailhead when Mark's dog started to act up again. Bear pulled hard on the leash, trying to get away from Joseph. He was whining, the fur on his back standing up. "Easy, Bear," Mark said. "What's gotten into you?" Joseph stopped walking and turned to look at the dog. Bear went silent instantly. Not calm though, but silent. His mouth was open and body tensed up, like he was still whining but without the sound. You okay, bud?" Mark said, pulling Bear closer. "He must be..." Joseph smiled. The smile didn't touch his eyes. "Dogs don't like me." "Why is that?" I asked. "They can tell." "Tell what?" "That I'm not right." The words hung in the air for a moment. Nobody spoke or replied to it. Then Joseph laughed, and it was a perfectly normal laugh, and he shook his head. "I'm joking. I got bit by a dog when I was a kid. They pick up on the fear." But he wasn't afraid. There wasn't an ounce of fear in him, and the way he suddenly talked with emotion seemed so abrupt. We kept walking. Bear stayed silent until Joseph was 30 feet ahead. Then suddenly his whining came back full force. The last half mile felt endless. The sun was high now, hot on our backs. Every time I looked at Joseph, my grandfather's words echoed in my head. "You see your brother, your mother, your father, and something feels wrong. You run. Because it's not them anymore." But I couldn't run and I couldn't accuse him. Even I didn't fully believe the ideas in my head. We made it to the parking lot at 12:15 p.m. Joseph's truck was still there, keys still locked inside. Tom called his wife, letting her know we were bringing him to the medical center in Cortez for evaluation. This is standard procedure. Joseph didn't argue, and he didn't ask to go straight home. He nodded and climbed into the back of Sarah's patrol vehicle. I watched him through the window as we packed up our gear. He sat perfectly still, hands in his lap, staring straight ahead. Didn't fidget, didn't look around, but sat there. "Hell of a lucky find," Dave said, clapping me on the shoulder. "That guy could have died out there." "Yeah," I said. "Lucky." But luck had nothing to do with it. Whatever we found on that mountain, it wanted to be found. It had left that water bottle like a breadcrumb. It had waited for us, and now we were bringing it home. Sarah drove Joseph to the medical center, and I followed in my truck. The whole drive I kept thinking about calling my grandfather, but argued with myself if this really was the situation I thought it was. At the medical center, they did a full workup. I knew one of the nurses, Carla, from previous SAR operations. She was the one who took Joseph's vitals. "It's so weird," she said to me quietly while Joseph was in the bathroom. "Everything I checked was textbook the right number. Body temperature 98.6, and I checked several times with no fluctuation." She continued, "Nobody's temperature is exact. It fluctuates, and his blood pressure too. Perfect 120/8 every single time. And his heart rate is exactly 60, like someone programmed ideal vitals into a computer." The doctor, though, didn't seem at all concerned. Everything came back normal, or better than normal. Perfect even. No signs of dehydration despite 2 days without water. No hypothermia despite freezing temperatures. No elevated stress hormones. "You're very lucky," the doctor told Joseph. "Most people don't fare so well after that kind of exposure." "I'm fine," Joseph said. His wife arrived an hour later. Emily Bentley, schoolteacher, early 30s, long black hair in a braid. She rushed into the room crying and threw her arms around her husband. "Oh my God, Joseph, I was so scared. I thought—" She stopped, pulled back, and looked at his face. "Joseph? I'm fine," he said. You look—" She touched his cheek, and I saw her flinch slightly, like his skin was the wrong temperature, even though we had just checked. "You look different." "It's been a hard couple days." "No, you look better, younger. Did they give you something?" The doctor shook his head. "Just fluids and observation." Emily stared at her husband, confused. Their 2 kids had come in with her, a girl about 8 years old and a boy around 6. They hung back by the door, not running to their father like you'd expect. The girl, Sophie, I heard Emily call her, actually took a step backward when Joseph looked at her. "Daddy?" the boy said uncertainly. "Hello, Michael," Joseph said. The words were right, but the tone was wrong, overly formal. Emily noticed. I could see it in her face, but she pushed through it and smiled. Let's get you home. You must be exhausted." She hugged him again. This time I saw Joseph's arms come up and wrap around her, but the kids didn't hug him at all. They discharged Joseph an hour later. As they were leaving, I overheard Sophie whisper to her mother, "Why does Daddy smell different?" "Shh, honey, he's been lost in the woods for 2 days." I watched them drive away, Emily talking while Joseph stared out the window, the kids silent in the back seat. That should have been the end of it. Missing hiker found safe, everyone goes home. Case closed. That night I stayed up sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop, searching for anything that might explain what I'd seen. I found Joseph's Facebook profile. His wife posted regularly. Family photos, school events, hiking trips. I scrolled back through months of posts. The Joseph in those photos was different than the person we'd found. The same face and same build, but something essential was missing from the man we'd brought down from the mountain. The Joseph in the photo smiled with his whole face, had laugh lines around his eyes, looked at his family with warmth. The thing we brought back home had none of that. Around 3 a.m., I gave up trying to rationalize it. I knew something was wrong. I thought about calling someone, Tom maybe, or my grandfather. But again, I didn't. I did nothing at all, and told myself I was being stupid. That being lost like that does different things to different people. Not everyone will handle it the same way. After all, Emily would have noticed if something was really wrong with her husband. Wouldn't have taken him home, right? I was wrong about that too. A few weeks later, I ran into Tom at the hardware store in Cortez. He was picking up fence posts. We made small talk for a few minutes about the weather and upcoming search operations. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. "Hey, you hear about the Bentley situation?" What situation?" "Well, the wife called the sheriff's office and said Joseph's been acting strange since we brought him back. Wandering around at night, standing in the kids' rooms while they sleep. She woke up at 2 a.m. last week and found him just standing at the foot of the bed, staring at her. Not moving, not blinking, just staring." "Jesus, what did the sheriff say?" Tom shrugged. "Not much they can do. Guy hadn't broken any laws. They suggested she get him to see a doctor, maybe check for a head injury we had missed. PTSD from being lost." He paused. Then he looked around to make sure no one else was listening. "Sarah did the wellness check, said Joseph seemed fine when she talked to him. Polite and cooperative, but she said something felt wrong. Said when she walked into that house it felt like walking into a meat locker. It was too cold. The heat wasn't on and the windows were all open in the middle of October. Kids were wearing winter coats inside." I wanted to tell him then, to say what I had been thinking, but the words stuck in my throat. "That's gotta be some kind of trauma," I managed.
2 days alone in the wilderness can mess with your head." "Yeah," Tom said, but he didn't sound convinced. "There's more, though. Emily told Sarah that Joseph doesn't really sleep anymore, just sits in a chair all night and faces the wall. He doesn't want to eat. She's tried everything, his favorite foods, takeout, even just soup. But he won't touch it. Says he's not hungry. It's been 2 weeks, Mason. 2 weeks without eating." Over the next few months, I heard things. Not directly, I wasn't close to the Bentley family, but through the small town network. Stories that got stranger as time went on. Emily had taken the kids to stay with her sister in Farmington for a few weeks. When someone asked why, she said Joseph needed space to recover. But her sister, Maria, told people the real reason. The kids were terrified of their own father. Sophie had woken up one night to find Joseph standing in her doorway, smiling at her in the dark. Not a normal smile either, she claimed. When Emily asked him about it, he said he was just checking on his kids. But Sophie swore his eyes had been reflecting like a cat's eyes that night. Joseph had been fired from his job at the tribal administration office after 3 weeks. His coworker told me about it when I ran into him at the gas station. "Oh, it wasn't any one thing," Ben said. "Just everything was wrong. He'd sit at his desk for hours without moving. Not working, not looking at his computer, just sitting there perfectly still. And the way he'd watch people, like he was studying them and learning them. Janet from accounting said she caught him at her desk one morning before anyone else got in. He'd been going through her personal photos. When she asked what he was doing, he said he was practicing." Practicing what?" "Practicing being normal. That's what he said, practicing being normal." Someone saw him walking along the highway at 3 a.m. one night, miles from his house. When the deputy stopped to check on him, Joseph said he was walking home, but that was the opposite direction of his house. About 6 months after the rescue, Emily brought the kids back home. I don't know what fully convinced her to come back. I can understand it though. She thought things would be better, that everything could go back to normal. But there was no going back to normal. A year passed, then another. I stopped thinking about it, and I guess the town did too, because I stopped hearing much about Joseph and the Bentleys. Then on a Tuesday morning in November, my phone rang. It was Sarah.
"Mason, you need to turn on the news."
I was getting ready for work with coffee in hand. "Why? What's going on?"
"Just turn it on."
Her voice was shaking. I grabbed the remote. The local news was showing footage of a house fire, smoke billowing into the early morning sky, all black and thick. The banner at the bottom read, "Breaking, multiple fatalities in Cortez house fire." Then they showed the address. It was Joseph Bentley's house. "Jesus Christ," I whispered.
"They're saying 3 dead. Emily and both the kids,"
Sarah said.
"And it wasn't from the fire. They had single gunshot wounds to the head while they were sleeping. Then someone set the house on fire."
"Joseph?"
"He's gone. They found his truck in the driveway, but no sign of him. They've got dogs out looking, helicopters too, nothing yet."
The details came out over the next few days. The neighbors had heard nothing. No gunshots, no screams. The family had been dead for hours before the fire started. The search for Joseph went on for weeks. They brought in teams from 3 counties. They found human footprints, but they were barefoot and seemed to vanish right into nothing. Through the grapevine I heard, they found strips of what looked like human skin dangling from tree branches. But they never found Joseph. The investigation officially concluded that Joseph had suffered a psychotic break, killed his family, and fled into the wilderness. They assumed he was dead somewhere out there. Exposure, they said. Animals. The case went cold. I ended up moving to Albuquerque. I didn't feel like staying in that town anymore. But a while later, I got a call from Tom.
"They found something,"
he said. "Tom, I really don't."
Just listen. They were doing a training exercise up near Sleeping Ute. New SAR volunteers teaching them grid search patterns. That same area where we found Joseph a few years ago.
My stomach was starting to knot up.
They found some human remains scattered over about 30 yards. Mostly bones, some clothing fragments, pretty heavily scavenged by animals.
He paused.
They ran DNA. Mason, it was Joseph Bentley.
That's impossible. Joseph killed his family about 6 months ago. If he died out there...
No,
Tom interrupted.
you're not quite getting me. The ME looked at the remains. Based on decomposition, weathering, insect activity, plant growth through the bones, he's estimating time of death at approximately 2.5 years ago.
I felt dizzy. What?
2.5 years, Mason. That places the age around when Joseph first went missing. Before we found him. Before we brought him back.
I couldn't speak.
They found his driver's license, his wedding ring. Everything checks out. If these remains are from 2.5 years ago, if Joseph Bentley died up there when he first went missing, then what the hell did we bring back from that mountain? What lived in that house for 2 years? What killed Emily and those kids?
If you were looking for a story to make you scared of the dark again, to enrage you even, or to make you cry, this story might accomplish all three. It was sent to me from a user named Crayola Commander, and is titled Marines vs. Skinwalker. If our boys in the military didn't have it rough enough, apparently sometimes they might come face to face with something that simply should not exist. A true story, or otherwise. I'll let you be the judge. I got stuck with checkpoint duty after I screwed up my knee. It wasn't in combat, not doing anything heroic. I actually stepped in a hole during a night training exercise at 29 Palms. I felt something pop and spent the next 6 weeks on light duty, while the docs decided whether to med-sep me or let me finish my contract. They decided I could stay. Lucky me. But I couldn't do full infantry workload anymore. So they sent me to babysit a road in the middle of nowhere. It's called Marine Corps Air Station Yuma. But we weren't anywhere near Yuma. We were 40 miles out at the edge of the Barry M. Goldwater Range, where they drop bombs and shoot missiles, and generally blow the crap out of the desert. Our job was manning Checkpoint 7 Delta, a glorified guard shack at the access road, making sure civilians didn't wander onto the range, getting themselves vaporized. 4 of us rotated 72-hour shifts, 3 days out there, 4 days back at the main base. It beat getting kicked out, but Christ, it was boring. The checkpoint was a single-story cinder block building, painted the same tan as everything else in Arizona. There was an office with radio and security monitors. The bunk room had 4 racks, and the bathroom always smelled like bleach and piss simultaneously. We had a kitchenette with a microwave and coffee maker that got us more use than any piece of equipment in the Marine Corps. The generator out back hummed constantly. The nearest town was 30 miles south. The nearest anything was the horizon. Sergeant First Class Lawrence Dupree ran our little operation. 31 years old, career Marine. A black man from Louisiana who'd grown up with a Vietnam vet father and inherited that old-school military bearing. Everything by the book. His uniform was always pressed, even in the middle of the desert. We had to do radio checks every 4 hours exactly, and perimeter walks on schedule. He slept normal hours unless something happened, which it never did, and we 3 junior enlisted split the night watches. Lance Corporal Anthony Bautista made it bearable. He was 22, a Filipino kid from San Diego, and a machine gunner before they stuck him here with us. He was a funny guy, always doing impressions and always had some comic book crap to talk about. I'd known guys like him before, the ones who stayed funny because the alternative was letting everyone see they were drowning. He just extended his contract, even though he talked constantly about getting out. I never asked why. Sometimes you just don't in the Marines. Private First Class Michael Oshido was the new guy. 20 years old, Japanese-American, grew up in Nevada near some of the reservations. He was quiet and serious. He would read paperback novels during his downtime, usually something dense and philosophical. His dad had been a Marine too, but had killed himself when Oshido was 16. Nobody talked about it, but it was in his service record, and word gets around. He always looked like he was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Back then, I was Corporal Vincent Restrepo. I was 24, a Colombian American from Miami, 3rd year in. I kept my head down and did my job, writing letters to my girlfriend back home, and I hoped this checkpoint gig would be temporary enough that I could make sergeant before my enlistment was up. It was sometime in fall when we started. The desert nights were finally cooling off, dropping into the 50s. Better than the 100 and teens of summer, but you still felt exposed out there, like the emptiness could swallow you if you weren't careful. At 2000, the night rotation would start. 3 of us split it, from 2000 to midnight, from midnight to 0400, and 0400 to 0800. 4 hours on, 8 hours off, round and round. Dupree slept through unless something needed his attention. The watch itself was really nothing. Sit in the office, monitor cameras, 2 pointing at the road, 1 at the gate, and 1 at our vehicle. We would check the perimeter every hour, and we had to stay awake. Most guys brought books or magazines. Bautista drew in a sketchbook. Oshido just sat there thinking, which seemed worse to me. First rotation was smooth. Too smooth. 3 days of absolute nothing. Bautista, though, kept us entertained. The second night after dinner, he did an impression of our company gunnery sergeant that had us all dying. "Restrepo," he puffed out his chest, deepened his voice, nailed Gunny Harara's accent perfectly. "You think your knee is an excuse? My grandmother had 2 knee replacement and she still ran a faster PFT than you." Even Dupree cracked a smile. "Belay that crap, Bautista." "Roger that, Sergeant." Bautista grinned, then shifted into our battalion commander. "Marines, I want to talk to you about the importance of proper footwear." Bautista. "Aye, Sergeant." But he was already doing his impression of Oshido after that, hunched over a book, deadly serious, and Oshido himself was trying not to laugh. It was good, normal, the kind of ball-busting that makes 72 hours in the middle of nowhere more tolerable. Then Oshido asked a question. We were sitting outside after dark, smoking. Dupree didn't smoke, but he let us as long as we policed our butts. The stars were ridiculous out there. No light pollution, just the Milky Way smeared across the sky, like someone had spilled actual milk. "Anyone heard stories about this area?" Oshido's voice was quiet. Bautista blew some smoke. "What kind of stories?" "Just stories. Things people say about the desert." Dupree straightened in his chair. "We're here to do a job, not tell ghost stories." "I'm just asking, Sergeant." "Well, don't." Dupree stood, crushing his water bottle. "We maintain security, we follow procedures, and we don't start spreading bullcrap that makes people jumpy. Clear?" "Clear, Sergeant." Dupree went inside. Bautista hardly waited 30 seconds. "So what kind of stories?" Oshido shook his head. "Nothing. Never mind." But I saw him looking out at the desert, into the dark, and I wondered what he'd been about to say. Night 2. I had the midnight to 0400 watch. The witching hours, the dead hours, when your body knows you should be sleeping, and everything gets weird and slow. I was sitting in the office, barely awake, reading a Tom Clancy paperback I'd read twice before. All I could hear at the time was the generator and the occasional crackle of the radio. The security monitors showed nothing but empty desert in grainy black and white. It was calm until I heard footsteps. They were outside on the gravel. I put the book down and listened. Footsteps for sure, very slow, trying to sound sneaky. They crunched across the gravel perimeter around the building. I grabbed a torch and my rifle. We kept them condition 3, no round chambered, but I could rack it quick enough if needed. I then went over to the door. I opened it quick, my light up. What I saw was empty desert and a barren road. The motion sensor light on the north side of the building was on, though, casting one pathetic circle of yellow light. I walked the perimeter, checking everything. The gravel had been disturbed, but then again, it always was. Wind, our boots, it was impossible to tell. The motion sensor light clicked off. Then it clicked back on. I then walked to the north side. The sensor was mounted 8 feet up. It was supposed to trigger on anything bigger than a rabbit within 20 feet. There, I found tracks in the dust at the edge of the gravel. Coyote, probably, I thought. A 4-pad print with visible claws. But it was big. Must have been one hell of a coyote, I thought. They were the size of my boot print, I swear. Curious, I followed them with my torch. They headed out into the desert, clear as day in the dust. And then they just sort of faded away. Had the wind swept them away out here? I stood there for a full minute, sweeping my light across the empty desert. I couldn't find any more of them. I went back inside and locked the door, checking the security monitors. There was nothing on the cameras, except some static, which was weird. They didn't usually have static. I rewound the footage and checked. Sure enough, the static began to appear right around the time I'd heard the footsteps. I sat there and thought, okay then. The following night, Bautista had the 0400 to 0800. I was in my rack when I heard him moving around the office, probably making coffee. The sun would be coming up soon, and Dupree would be awake by 0630 to start the day's routine. But then I heard Bautista say something. What the hell? I got up. Oshido was already sitting up in his rack, always a light sleeper. Bautista was standing at the front door. It was open, and he was staring at it. What's wrong? I asked. He pointed at the door. Claw marks in the dust on the door. Like a big dog had been pawing at it, causing marks and smears in the dust. Did you hear anything? I asked. I heard scratching. I thought it was one of you guys screwing with me. I opened the door to tell you to knock it off. He looked at me. Restrepo, these weren't here earlier. I examined the claw marks. 4 parallel grooves, each about an inch apart. On closer inspection, they actually dug into the metal a bit, enough that you could catch your fingernail in it. The hell? Bautista said. I looked up. He was staring at the top of the door, about 6 feet up, because there were more scratch marks there, dragging downward. Dupree came out in his PT shorts and t-shirt and saw us standing there. Then he saw the door. The hell is this? I don't know, Sergeant, Bautista said. I heard scratching, opened up, and found this. Dupree inspected the marks himself. I could see his jaw tighten. Probably a bobcat or coyote. Sergeant, Bautista pointed. These are 6 feet up the door. Dupree paused and thought for a moment. Maybe vandals, he finally said. Before we started this rotation, focus on the mission. I'll report it to facilities maintenance. He went back inside. Bautista and I looked at each other. They weren't there yesterday, he said quietly. I did my perimeter walk at 0500. I would have seen it. I know. So what the heck did that? I didn't have an answer for him. The last day of the rotation, we loaded into the Humvee for the drive back to main base. Dupree drove, and I sat passenger. Bautista and Oshido in back. I think we were all tired. None of us talked much. And after 72 hours of nothing but each other's company, I think we were all ready for some space. About 20 miles out, Oshido spoke up from the back. "Corporal Restrepo, did anything feel wrong out there to you?" I glanced back at him. "Wrong how?" "Just wrong. Off." Dupree's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, but he didn't say anything. I thought about the fading tracks and the feeling of being watched. "A little bit," I admitted. "Why?" Oshido was quiet for a moment. "My dad used to tell me about things in the desert when I was a kid." "What kind of things?" Bautista asked. "Things whose names you can't say. It's taboo to even discuss in Navajo culture. Talking about them and naming them, it's supposed to draw them closer to you." "Them who?" Bautista was leaning forward now. Oshido looked out the window at the desert rolling past. "Well, white people call them skinwalkers. The Navajo call them something else, but I'm not supposed to say it. They're witches who wear animal skins. They can change shape, mimic voices. They're attracted to places where bad things happen, where death happens." "We're at a bombing range," I said. "Things die out here all the time." "Yeah." Dupree spoke up. "That's enough. I don't want to hear any more of this crap. We're Marines, not a bunch of superstitious—" "My dad saw one," Oshido said quietly, "when he was stationed at 29 Palms. He told me about it one time, right before he died. He said what he saw looked like a coyote at first, but it didn't move like a coyote, and it looked at him wrong, and it followed his unit for 3 days during a training op. Said he even heard it mimicking his sergeant's voice one night, calling to him from outside the tent." The Humvee was quiet, except for the engine and the tires on asphalt. "Did anything happen?" I asked. "One of his Marines disappeared during a night patrol. They found him 2 days later, 15 miles from where he'd vanished. But the thing is, he didn't remember a thing. Just kept saying something followed him." "Oh, Christ," Bautista muttered. "I don't want to hear any more of this," Dupree said, louder this time. "We've got 3 more rotations scheduled. I'll not have my Marines getting worked up over folklore and bullcrap. Is that clear?" "Clear, Sergeant," Oshido said. But Bautista was looking at me, and I was looking at Oshido. We were all thinking about the tracks that stopped in the middle of nowhere, and those scratches 6 feet up a metal door, and about that feeling of being watched from the dark. "Great," Bautista said, trying to make it sound like a joke and failing. "We're stationed at a haunted checkpoint, freaking perfect." Nobody laughed. When we got back to the base, I went straight to my barracks room, wrote a letter to my girlfriend. I told her everything was fine, boring, and safe. I didn't mention the other stuff yet. I sealed the letter, put it in the outgoing mail, and tried not to think about the fact that in 4 days, we had to go back out there. Back out to the desert. The 4 days back at base should have been normal. PT at 0600 and chow hall 3 times a day. The usual Marine Corps bullcrap of standing by to stand by. I caught up on sleep, thank God, did my laundry, went to the PX for cigarettes and energy drinks. Normal garrison life, that good kind of boring. But still, something had changed. Bautista. He still joked around and still did his impressions during chow. I mean, he really nailed our company commander's speech about vehicle maintenance so perfectly that half the guys in the chow hall were dying. But I caught him staring at nothing sometimes. just sitting on his rack between PT and chow, looking at the wall with an empty expression. When I asked if he was good, he would snap back to himself and grin. "Yeah, man, just thinking about all the fun we're gonna have at guard duty." But when he grinned, it didn't reach his eyes. Mail call came on day 3. I got a letter from my girlfriend. News about her job and her roommate drama, and how much she missed me. I read it twice, trying to feel something other than the distance between Florida and Arizona. Bautista got a letter too. I saw him read it, then I watched him fold it carefully into his pocket. He didn't say what it was about, and I had no right to ask. You learn not to pry in the Marine Corps. Everyone's carrying something, after all. Oshiro spent most of the time off reading in the base library, dense philosophy books about the nature of evil. When I asked about it, he shrugged. "Trying to understand things," he said, and I didn't push it. Dupree ran us through vehicle maintenance and weapons cleaning, keeping us busy, and he kept us sharp. Professional as always. But even he seemed quieter than usual. Less barking, more watching. When the duty roster came through for our second rotation at Checkpoint 7 Delta, I noticed we were all moving a little slower than normal. Nobody said much, but I could feel it. A low-grade sort of dread. Like going back to a house where something bad happened. You can't name it, and you can't point to any one thing, but your body knows. Dupree caught us hesitating while loading the Humvee. "The hell is wrong with you all? Acting like I'm sending you to Fallujah. It's guard duty in the desert. Unscrew yourselves and load up." We loaded up, and we drove out. The desert looked the same as always. Empty, tan, and endless. The checkpoint sat there waiting for us like it had never been abandoned. Generators still running from the last shift rotation that had covered the gap. Basically, everything was exactly as we left it. Except it didn't feel the same this time. Colder, but not in a temperature kind of way, if that makes sense. The first night was quiet. Too quiet. I had the midnight 20400 watch, and spent most of the time staring at the security monitors, seeing nothing but empty desert, and the occasional moth fluttering past cameras. No footsteps this time. No motion sensor activations. Even so, it felt like I was waiting for something to happen. I had to remind myself that was kind of the job description here. I kept the radio volume up just to have some background noise, letting the static hiss fill the office so I wasn't so alone feeling. The second night was the same thing. Bautista didn't report anything on his watch. Oshiro reported nothing on his. We went through the motions, perimeter checks, radio checks, vehicle inspection, and then it came on night 3. Oshiro had the midnight 20400 watch. I woke up around 0200. I had to piss, and I heard him in the office. I heard the coffee maker gurgling. Typical. I used the head, thought about going back to sleep then, and decided to grab some coffee for myself. I had 4 hours until my watch, and I was restless. Might as well be awake. I was pouring coffee when Oshiro came back from his perimeter walk, but his face was pale. Even in the weak light from the office desk lamp, I could tell. His hands were shaking enough that I could see it when he set his torch down. "Restrepo," he said quietly. "I need you to come outside with me." "What's wrong?" "I saw it." His voice was steady, but his eyes weren't. "I freaking saw it." I grabbed my rifle and light and followed him out. The desert night was cold and clear, stars everywhere, huge empty sky. Oshiro led me to the north side of the checkpoint, where the floodlights created a boundary between our little island of light and the massive darkness beyond. "There," he pointed. "About 50 yards out. I was doing the perimeter walk, and I saw something at the edge of the light range." "What was it?" "I thought it was a coyote at first. He looked at me. And then it stood up. Restrepo. It stood up like a person. It was perfectly still after, watching the checkpoint, looking at me. How long did this happen? Maybe 30 seconds. It was so tall, man, but it was definitely canine-shaped. The head, the body. Eventually, it dropped to all fours and took off. We walked out to where he'd seen it. The ground was hard-packed dirt and rock. Not great for tracks, but we did find some. And what you're about to hear from me is the absolute truth. They started like normal coyote prints, like the ones I found in the first rotation. They headed towards the checkpoint, but they began to space out, lengthened. Whatever had made them had started to run, but it changed from four-legged prints to 2 legs. I swear, it was almost human, but not entirely. The tracks were narrow and long, claw marks at the front. They ran for maybe 20 feet, then shifted back to 4 legs, then disappeared into the rocks. I crouched down, tracing one of the 2-legged prints with my light. There were 5 toes, definitely, and clawed. But the stride length was wrong, and the depth was wrong. Whatever made these was heavy and fast, and moving in ways that didn't make sense. You seeing this? Oshido's voice was tight. Yeah, I'm seeing it. We followed the tracks as far as we could, but they faded again into rocky ground, and we lost them. The desert stretched out in every direction, dark and empty and full of places for things to hide. I kept my rifle at low ready, my finger near the trigger guard, scanning the dark like we were on patrol in hostile territory. Because that's what it was starting to feel like. Hostile territory. Something out here was watching us and testing us. We soon went back inside. Oshido made more coffee with hands that were still shaking. I sat across from him in the office, chatting about theories, calming down with talk about philosophy, until the sun began to come up. Morning came and Dupree woke up for the day. He found us both sitting there, both awake and armed. He knew immediately something was wrong. Report. Oshido told him everything, even the stuff that sounded crazy to him. Bautista came out of the bunk room halfway through, still in his PT shorts, listening with sleep-heavy eyes that got progressively wider. When Oshido finished, Dupree stood up, grabbed his own flashlight, and headed for the door. "Show me," he said. We took him to the tracks before the sun could erase them. Dawn light was better for seeing details. The prints were clear and undeniable. 4 legs to 2, then back again. Dupree crouched down, examining them like he was looking for an explanation that made sense. Any explanation. "Could be anything," he finally said. "Maybe illegals passing through, someone wearing strange boots trying to confuse their trail." "Sarge," Bautista said, "just look at them. Look at the spacing on this, and how deep they are. Why would someone come out here to trick us? The tracks don't make sense, I admit that, but neither do your explanations." "Could be anything," Dupree repeated, but he was staring at the 2-legged prints, at the tipped points with claws. I could tell his mind was really going. He stood up then and brushed dirt off his hands. "I can report it to base. Possible trespasser, tracks found. We document this, but we stay alert." He made the radio call at 0800 during the scheduled check-in, kept it professional and vague. "Checkpoint 7 Delta to base. Be advised we found tracks indicating possible trespasser activity in the area. Continuing to monitor. No visual confirmation of personnel. Over." The response came back bored and staticky. "Copy 7 Delta. Remain vigilant. Report any confirmed sightings. Out." That was that. The base didn't care, but they didn't really have a reason to yet. All they had to go on so far were some tracks in the desert. Probably nothing to them. except all of us knew it wasn't nothing. On night 5, Bautista had the 0400 to 0800 watch. I was in deep sleep when he shook me awake. It was urgent, but not panicked. The sky outside was starting to lighten, maybe 0615 or 0630. Restrepo, get up. Something happened. I sat up, instantly alert. What? I heard Dupree's voice, outside, calling for me. That woke me up completely. When? Like 10 minutes ago. I was making coffee in the kitchenette, and I heard him clear as day. He said, "Bautista, come here real quick." It sounded exactly like him, man. His voice, his cadence, everything. So I went to check if he needed something and went to the bunk room. Bautista's eyes went wide. But there he was, asleep, Restrepo. Dead asleep. I woke him up too, and he said he hadn't been outside all night. And then he chewed me out. Dupree was already up, pulling on his boots and checking his rifle. "Both of you, outside with me, now." We went out armed, scanning the perimeter in the early dawn light. No movement or sound so far, just wind and the usual generator noise. We walked the entire perimeter, checking every angle and every shadow, and still found nothing. "It was his voice," Bautista insisted, back inside with coffee that was probably cold by now. "I'm not messing with you, Sarge. It was exactly your voice. I would have bet my life it was you." Dupree sat down heavily in the office chair, setting his rifle against the desk. His face was hard to read. Part skeptical, but there was something else there. Worry, I thought. "Oshiro," he called. Oshido came out, still half asleep. "Tell Bautista what you told us. About the things in the desert, the native folklore." Oshido glanced at me, then at Bautista, then back to Dupree. "You want me to tell him?" So Oshido explained again. Skinwalkers, witches in animal skins, shapeshifters, mimics, things that wore the faces and voices of people you knew, things you didn't name or talk about. Bautista listened. I could tell he was getting nervous. "So, you're saying that thing I heard was probably—" "We're not saying anything," Dupree cut him off. "I'm saying there's folklore about this area, and I'm saying we need to be smarter than we've been. From now on, new rule." He looked at each of us in turn. "Nobody goes outside alone at night. I don't care what you hear. I don't care who you think is calling you. You wake someone else first. You verify. You don't go out alone. Clear?" "Clear, Sergeant," we said in unison. "And if you hear someone's voice calling you from outside, even if it sounds exactly like one of us, you verify that person's location before you respond. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" We understood. Something out there could sound like one of us, could mimic us, and could call to us in voices that we trusted. I couldn't believe what I was believing. And we had 3 more days in this rotation. 3 more nights. I looked at the security monitors, at all the empty deserts surrounding our little checkpoint. It was somewhere out there, and it knew our voices. Thankfully, that rotation ended without any further incidents. The 4 days back at base after that felt different. We stuck together more, Bautista, Oshiro, and me. We'd grab chow at the same time and hit the gym together. Started doing our laundry in the same cycles. We weren't making it weird, just trying to exist in each other's orbits, like we were afraid to be alone. Like something might find us if we separated. Dupree noticed. I caught him watching us sometimes with this look. It was a good one, though. He was worried about us. I later found out he'd put in a request to get us rotated off Checkpoint 7 Delta, citing stress of isolation duty, recommending we be reassigned to normal guard rotations at the main base. The request, though, got denied within 48 hours, due to personnel shortage, budget constraints, the usual military bullcrap that means we don't care, so deal with it. At the time, he didn't tell us about that request. It was something I found out later, after everything, when I was going through some paperwork. But I think we all sensed that he was trying. He was a hard ass, but he believed in us, even if he didn't say it out loud. Mail call on day 3 brought news. Bautista got a letter from home, and I'd never seen that man so relieved. His mother's cancer treatment was showing improvement. Tumors were shrinking, and doctors were cautiously optimistic. Not a cure and not a guarantee, but it was hope that Bautista needed. He seemed to be back to his old self after that. The version of Bautista we'd known before the checkpoint started getting into our heads. The impressions came back, and the jokes, the energy that made crappy garrison life slightly less crappy. During formation, he did a spot-on impression of our company gunny losing his mind over someone's haircut, and even the staff sergeant had to turn away to hide a smile. I caught myself thinking everything was going to be okay. Maybe we'd paid our dues out there at the checkpoint at long last, and that thing would not come back. The night before our 3rd rotation, the 3 of us grabbed chow at the E-Club. It was packed. A Friday night, payday weekend. Half the base was crammed into the small dining area. We found a table in the corner, and Bautista was in rare form, telling stories about boot camp, making me and Oshiro laugh so hard I thought I'd choke on my burger. Eventually, other Marines stopped at the table, asking for different impressions and to tell that one joke again, Bautista. It was a fun time. "Man," Bautista said, after eventually catching his breath. "I know that place is screwed up, I know it, but I got you guys. We're gonna be all right." Oshiro, who rarely smiled, was actually grinning. "Yeah, we got each other's backs." I raised my soda. No alcohol on the base, but the gesture was the same. "Semper Fi, you idiots." We touched cups, and someone from another table came over with his phone. "You guys mind? You look like you're having way too much fun for Marines." We posed for a picture, arms around each other's shoulders and all of us smiling. Really smiling. That was the last time I saw Bautista truly happy. Walking back to the barracks afterward, Bautista was quiet. Eventually he spoke up, casual but not too casual. "My mom said in her letter that my baby sister's birthday would have been next week. She'd have been 15. Can you believe that? The years fly by." I stopped walking. "Oh, I didn't know you had a sister, man." "Yeah," he kept walking, hands in his pockets. "She died when we were kids. She drowned in a pool at a birthday party. I was supposed to be watching her, but I was only 12. Someone thought I was old enough to do that. Even I thought so. But I got distracted, started to screw around with some older kids, showing off, trying to be cool. By the time I noticed she was gone, by the time I found her at the bottom of the pool, it was too late. They got her out, did CPR, actually got her breathing again. But the brain damage. She lasted 3 days in the hospital. Then they turned off the machines." Oshiro and I had stopped walking. We didn't know what to say. "Her name was Maria," Bautista continued. "She had this laugh, man, the little kid laugh that just made everyone happy. And she always loved water. Loved swimming. That's the screwed up part. She was a good swimmer. But she dove in the deep end. She wanted to touch the bottom. And I guess she panicked or got disoriented or something." He looked up at the stars. "My parents never blamed me out loud. But I know it's my fault." "Bautista," I started. "Ancient history." He shook it off, literally shook his shoulders like he was shaking off a weight. "Anyway, let's get some rack time. Big day tomorrow." I wanted to say something to tell him it wasn't his fault, that he was just a kid and that accidents happened. But the words felt empty in my mouth, so I didn't say anything. We just walked back to the barracks and went to our racks to try to sleep. I should have said something. I should have known that kind of guilt doesn't go away. It lives with you. I should have known. The drive back to Checkpoint 7 Delta was fine. All four of us were a bit tense, despite the good mood from the night before. Dupree laid out the rules again before we even unloaded. 2-man watches at all times, no one outside alone even during daylight. Verify voices before responding to anyone. Weapons condition 1 at all times during night watches. He was treating this like a combat deployment now, not garrison guard duty. The first 48 hours were eerily quiet. We didn't hear any scratching and we didn't find any footprints. The security monitors showed nothing but empty desert. The motion sensors stayed dark. It was like the checkpoint had gone back to being just a building in the middle of nowhere. And I wished it would have stayed that way. We knew something was going to happen eventually. The fact we were still all on edge told us something. "I think it knows we're waiting," Oshiro said on the second night, both of us on watch together in the office. Bautista was in better spirits than us. Maybe it got bored and screwed off, found some other jarheads to spook. We're probably not interesting enough anymore. He said that, but he checked the corners more often than he used to, and I noticed he was sleeping with his flashlight on. And then, Night 3 happened. Oshiro and I had the midnight 20400 watch. It was around 0200. Oshiro was doing a radio check with base. Pretty much a scripted but required conversation. That's when I began to hear popping sounds. Wet pops, like joints cracking, bones breaking. It made me want to gag when I heard it. It was coming from the bunk room. I looked over at Oshiro. He'd heard it too. He was already setting down the radio handset, reaching for his M4. We moved quietly toward the bunk room, weapons up and safeties off. The door was cracked open. The lights inside were off, unusual since Bautista had been sleeping with his light. The popping sounds continued, all organic sounding and messed up. I reached the doorframe, and I peered around it carefully, not wanting to give away my position. What I saw turned my blood to ice. Bautista was in his rack, lying flat on his back, eyes wide open, completely froze up. His face was locked in an expression of absolute terror, mouth slightly open, not blinking, barely breathing. The man was paralyzed because something was crouched over him on the bed. The lower half of it was coyote, somewhat. Backward bent legs covered in matted fur, paws with 2 long claws gripping the mattress. But the upper half was more humanoid. Torso long and narrow with very thin arms. Skin gray and slick like it was covered in mucus or pond water. It straddled Bautista's chest, crouching over him inches from his face. And its face was shifting. I watched. I couldn't move either, could barely breathe. I watched as the flesh bubbled and popped and reformed. The skull underneath seemed to be breaking and reshaping quickly, features melting like wax, then solidifying, then melting again. It cycled through a coyote's face, with an elongated snout and yellow eyes and too many teeth. Then the snout retracted, eyes moving forward and the skin smoothing. I saw a child's face emerge. A little girl, Filipino features, huge dark eyes and a sweet smile. The smile stretched wider, teeth lengthening into fangs that did not belong in a little girl's mouth. Then it laughed. High-pitched child's laughter, mixed with animal yips, a sound that made my skin want to crawl right off of my body. The face shifted again, little girl features mixing with the coyote's snout, eyes going yellow, skin going gray and furred and smooth and human all at the same time. Then it morphed into Bautista. Perfect copy. His face, his features exact, down to the small scar on his chin from a training accident. The creature wearing Bautista's face grinned down at the real Bautista with his mouth.
Look at me, Tony. I'm you. I'm better at being you.
The thing spoke to him. It laughed, and I saw tears running down the real Bautista's face, his body still frozen up, unable to move or scream. The creature's left hand or claw reached towards him. I finally moved. "Get away from him!" The creature's head snapped towards me, fast. It locked eyes with me for one eternal second. Then it burst through the window in an explosion of glass and was gone. Just gone, moving too fast to track. The alarm system blared. Dupree was running from his rack, rifle up, shouting, "What happened? Report!" But Oshiro and I were staring at Bautista. He was still frozen, eyes locked on where the creature had been, body shaking violently, but otherwise completely rigid. He was locked in that moment, trapped in it. "Bautista!" Dupree was at his side, rifle lowered, checking on him. "Lance Corporal Bautista, can you hear me?" No response, even though the tears kept flowing. "Sarge," I managed. There was something on top of him, something that was wearing his face. Before Dupree could give me that "what the hell are you talking about" look, Oshiro chimed in. "It's true, Sarge. Some sort of animal thing was on top of him, changing faces." "We're getting him out of here, now!" Dupree's voice was hard. It was hard to move Bautista. His body was rigid and locked up like rigor mortis in a living person. We finally got him into a sitting position in a chair, and we wrapped him in a blanket. "He's in shock," Oshiro said. "Severe shock." Dupree was already on the radio. "Maine, this is Checkpoint 7 Delta. We have a medical emergency. Need immediate case vac. Over." The response crackled back. They would be here in 45 minutes. And those 45 minutes lasted forever. The whole time we sat with Bautista, trying to talk to him, trying to bring him back. "Tony, man, you're okay," I said. "It's gone. We're here. You're safe." Nothing. Just a 1,000-yard stare and shaking. Oshiro examined the broken window. There was glass everywhere, but no blood. The bunk where Bautista had been showed deep indentations in the mattress where something had crouched. 4 distinct pressure points, too far apart to be human hands. When the vehicle finally arrived, the corpsman took one look at Bautista and went pale. "Christ, what happened to him?" "Possible psychological break," Dupree said. "We found him like this." They loaded Bautista up, and we watched as they drove away with our friend. "Pack it up. We're going back with him," Dupree said. "Sarge, we still have 24 hours on rotation. Do I look like I give a crap?" He rounded on me. I'd never seen him so angry before. "We're done. Pack your crap. We're leaving. That's an order." I did as he said. Bautista was in medical for 3 days. They kept him under observation in the base hospital. I visited during that time. He was sitting up in bed, staring at the wall, not moving. When I said his name, he didn't reply. He just seemed to be watching something that I couldn't see. By day 4, something changed. When Oshiro and I visited that afternoon, Bautista was sitting up, eating Jell-O and smiling. "Hey, what's up, guys?" Like we'd just run into each other at the PX. like nothing happened. Tony, man, are you okay? I couldn't keep the uncertainty out of my voice. Yeah, dude, I'm good. He spooned more Jell-O into his mouth. The docs say I had some kind of panic attack or something. Embarrassing, yeah, but I'm sorry I freaked you guys out. Oshido and I exchanged a look. Do you remember what happened? Bautista's smile flickered for a second. I remember waking up and feeling like I couldn't move. That's about it. Everything else is pretty fuzzy. He laughed, but it sounded forced. Probably for the best, right? We talked for another 20 minutes. He was so animated, so back to his old self. But I did notice his hands shook a bit when he held his water cup. And when I shifted position and my shadow fell across the window behind him, he flinched. He kept his eyes on us, on the door, anywhere but that window. From what we could gather from him, he didn't remember the creature clearly, or he was lying about it. I couldn't tell which it was, or which explanation was worse than the other. Dupree pulled me and Oshido aside the next day. We met in his cramped office. He closed the door and gestured for us to sit. Bautista is off checkpoint duty. Permanently. His voice left no room for argument. I don't care what the docs clear him for. I don't care what he says. I'm putting in paperwork to keep him on base assignments only. He's not going back out there. Good, Oshido said quietly. Whatever that thing is, Dupree continued. It targeted him specifically, from what you two told me, and I want to know why. Oshido eventually spoke. His voice was careful. I've heard that skinwalkers can sense weakness, emotional pain. They're drawn to it like blood in the water. With his mom being sick, his sister, well, he's suffering from a lot. My stomach knotted up at the image of that thing's face twisting into a visage of a little girl. I knew then, and I knew now, that face was likely his little sister, Maria. Christ, I muttered as I remembered. Christ indeed, Dupree said. So he's done. I'm not sending him back out there. Later on, I saw Bautista and Dupree together. I was walking past the company office and I saw them through the window. Bautista standing at attention, Dupree shaking his head firmly. Later, Dupree told me that Bautista had asked to come back. He wanted another shot at it. Almost sounded like he wanted to face it again. Request denied, Dupree had told him. You're staying on base and that's final. I saw Bautista later that day in the chow hall. He was sitting alone, pushing his food around his tray. When I sat down across from him, he looked up and smiled. Hey, man. Hey, you doing all right? Yeah, I'm fine. He took a drink of water. Instantly, I noticed the shaking was still there. So Dupree told you he won't let me back. Look, it's probably for the better, I said. He nodded. Yeah, I feel like I left something out there, you know? Like I had something to finish. You don't owe that thing anything, Tony. And you don't owe us anything. Maybe. He pushed his tray away. Maybe. Dupree let us know that fourth rotation started in 2 days. We'd be getting a replacement, a PFC they called Croak. The guy was from West Virginia, named Daniel Croak. That's all Dupree really knew so far. And Dupree, Oshido, and I agreed that we would not tell him anything about this skinwalker. Back at the checkpoint, Oshido and I had the midnight to 0400 watch. Around 0130, we were sitting in the office. He was reading one of his philosophy books, of course. I was doing log entries. I looked up to ask him something, and I stopped. His head was slumped forward, chin to chest. The book was still in his hands, but his grip was loose. Oshido? Nothing. Hey, Oshiro. Still nothing. This man was deeply asleep or something. I stood up and walked over, shaking his shoulder. Hey, Oshiro, wake up. His breathing was slow and deep, like he'd been drugged. This was not normal sleep. Oshiro never fell asleep on the night watch. He was the most disciplined of all of us. I shook him harder. Oshiro! He didn't even twitch. I was about to go wake Dupree when I heard footsteps on the gravel outside. I grabbed my M4, moving quietly to the window. The floodlights were on, and I could see clearly. Something was walking toward the checkpoint on two legs, hunched forward, arms long, knuckles nearly dragging the ground. The lower body was Coyote, those distinctive bent legs, digitigrade stance, and a tail. The upper body was more humanoid, but everything was stretched and twisted. It moved like stop-motion animation, like it was moving in frames and not in smooth real-life motions. It stepped fully into the light, maybe 20 yards from the building. Then it stopped, straightened up, then looked directly at the window where I was standing. The face was Bautista's, but wrong. It was all meshed together, like a big fleshy ball of Play-Doh with the Coyote's features. Bautista's eyes, nose, and mouth, but a partially elongated snout and pointed ears. There was fur around the jaw and cheeks, matted and dark, and the thing was smiling. It tilted its head at me and smiled even more. And I watched as it seemed to be laughing. It waved with a clawed hand, and something inside me snapped. Rage overrode fear. I began cursing as I raised my M4, flicking the safety off, and I fired 3 rounds through that window. The glass shattered. The creature sprinted away impossibly fast, dropping to all fours, gone into the darkness in less than a second. It got what it wanted. Of course, the gunfire woke everyone. Dupree burst out of the bunk room, rifle up. "The hell are you shooting at?" Croak stumbled out behind him. "Are we under attack?" Oshiro was still slumped in his chair, and he wouldn't wake up. I started to shake him again, my ears ringing from the shots. "It was here. It had Bautista's face, and it was laughing at us." Dupree checked outside. Nothing visible, no blood or tracks either. "What are you talking about?" I explained what I'd seen carefully. Dupree looked at Oshiro, still deeply asleep despite the gunfire. "Why won't he wake up?" We tried for about 5 more minutes, and only then did Oshiro finally start to rouse. He was groggy and disoriented, like he'd been underwater. What happened?" "You fell asleep on watch." Oshiro looked alarmed. "I did? I remember sitting down and then..." He trailed off, confused, even a bit scared. "That's never happened to me before." I think I knew what had done it. That thing out there had somehow put him to sleep, so I would be alone to witness it. Why it wanted me to see, I don't know. Dupree was on the radio, talking about weapons discharge, but the situation was under control. But the voice on the other end stopped him and requested some privacy. Dupree sent us from the room. 5 minutes passed. Me, Croak, Oshiro waited in the main office. But then the door opened. Dupree's face was solemn. "Pack your gear. We're going back to base now." The drive back was suffocating. Dupree gripped the steering wheel tight, white-knuckling it all the way back. We pulled onto the main base around 0700 and were immediately directed to the company office. The captain was there, looking somber like Dupree. He asked Dupree to step aside privately. Oshiro and I waited outside. Through the window, I could see Dupree sitting down, putting his head in his hands. When he finally came out, his face was blank, shut down. Restrepo. Oshido, I've got some news. He led us to an empty classroom and sat us down. Then he took a breath before he started. I got the call at 0300. Lance Corporal Bautista was found dead in his mother's garage during leave. The police estimate time of death to be 0200 Pacific. Apparent himself while his mother was at a doctor's appointment. The room was spinning. I couldn't breathe. Oshido's voice came from far away. It killed him. That thing killed him. The official report says, Dupree said, there won't be any further investigation. It showed up as him. I was on my feet. It wore his face. It was mocking us just now. And he was dying. Alone. That's all I could say. The creature had appeared at the exact moment Bautista had died. Wearing his face. Laughing with his voice. Waving at me like it was all a joke. It wanted me to see, to know, that it had won. Oshido was right. Skinwalkers are real. And once they know you, once you've seen them and survived, they don't forget about it. They just wait. And I won't be forgetting either. Not about it, and not about Bautista. Semper Fi, Tony. I'm sorry we couldn't save you. I'm sorry we let it steal your face. There's no greater oxymoron than the woods. Both the most beautiful place in the world, and yet the most disturbing. People send me countless stories about the woods, about missing people and strange entities that should not exist. And far too many of them have one thing in common: the way the woods go silent. This story, sent to me by an anonymous listener, and titled, "The One Rule of the Woods You Must Never Break," states that there is a very specific reason why the forest suddenly goes quiet, and why you should leave like your life depends on it when it does. Because if the woods go silent, you have 10 minutes. The rule came from Earl Pershing, who retired 2 years before the pandemic and died of it in April 2020. He was alone in a care home in Bozeman while his family watched through a window. His daughter posted about it on the memorial page that the Forest Service put together, and I read it on my phone in a motel room in West Yellowstone the night before I went back into the field for the first time that spring. The room reeked of bleach, and the heater knocked against the wall in an arrhythmic pattern that made sleeping a struggle. Earl had trained me when I started the job in 2014. He was the one who told me about the silence. We were servicing a monitoring station in the thoroughfare, 25 miles from the nearest road. That's when he said it. The context made it stranger. We had been talking about his wife's lemon bars, which he had packed for lunch, and how she grew real Meyer lemons in their sunroom through the Montana winters. And then, with no transition at all, he said to me, "Oh, by the way, if the animals ever go silent, you have 10 minutes. I waited for an explanation after that. Earl was unwrapping a lemon bar, his thick fingers careful with the wax paper, nails cracked and yellowed from 40 years of field work. A Steller's jay was hassling us from a nearby lodgepole, begging for crumbs. The air was warm on my face. 10 minutes to do what?" I asked. "Well, to leave." He bit into the lemon bar and chewed slowly, watching the jay. A flake of powdered sugar clung to his gray mustache. "Not 10 minutes until something happens. 10 minutes to get clear. That's the window. After that, the odds aren't good." "I don't get it. The odds of what?" "Of getting clear." I laughed, because I was 26 years old with a master's degree in wildlife biology from the University of Montana, and I understood perfectly well that no natural phenomenon could cause all ambient animal activity to just cease simultaneously. Predator presence might suppress prey activity in localized areas, but birds would still call, insects would still move. The soundscape would shift rather than stop. I explained this to Earl in approximately those words, and he nodded as though I had confirmed something. "That's right," he said. "It shouldn't happen. But when it does, you have to leave." He finished his lemon bar and folded the wax paper into a small square, then put it into his pocket. The same pocket where he kept his reading glasses and a small notebook he never seemed to write in. The jay made a harsh ascending call and flew to a different tree. Earl stood and brushed crumbs from his trousers, the same olive drab he had worn every day I'd known him, and he went back to work, never mentioning it again in the 2 years before he retired. I thought of it occasionally, like a joke you heard whose punchline you missed, or a story someone started and never finished. I brought it up once to another biologist named Claire Newell, who had worked with Earl in the 80s. We were at a conference in Missoula, sharing a table at a restaurant that served elk burgers and local beer. The place was crowded with other wildlife professionals, and the noise level was high enough that you had to lean in to be heard. I mentioned the rule as an amusing anecdote, a piece of old-timer folklore. Claire was raising her glass to her lips when I said it, and she stopped, the glass suspended halfway to her mouth. She looked at me for a long moment, her eyes moving across my face, before saying, "Earl told you that?" "He did," I said. "What does it mean?" She set the glass down without drinking and gave a single slow nod, then asked me how I was finding the conference and whether I had tried the huckleberry pie. I assumed it was some form of hazing ritual for the new employees, a bit of backwoods mysticism designed to test credulity, and Claire had been embarrassed on Earl's behalf for perpetuating it. That April, with Earl newly dead and the world emptied out by the virus, I drove into the Gallatin National Forest to serve the first monitoring station of the season. The roads were deserted. I passed through Bozeman without stopping, the streets nearly empty, a few masked figures hurrying along the sidewalks. The entrance station to the forest was unmanned, the ranger residence dark, its windows reflecting the overcast sky. I had permits and paperwork authorizing my presence as essential personnel, but nobody stopped me to check. The parking area at the trailhead was empty, except for a single vehicle, a white Toyota Tacoma with government plates that belonged to Marcus Weber, a technician who had started a few months before the pandemic began. He was supposed to be working a different sector, but coverage was thin that spring, and schedules kept shifting. I figured he had swapped assignments and gave it no more thought. The trail climbed through the lodgepole forest, the trees thin and close-spaced, their bark the color of dried blood. Patches of old snow lingered in the shadows on the north side of the ridge. The trail traversed a south-facing slope, where the snow had already melted, and the ground was soft with snowmelt and last year's needles, each footstep leaving a clear print that filled slowly with brown water. The monitoring station sat in a drainage at 7,000 feet, a 2-hour hike from the trailhead. I had done this dozens of times. The equipment was solar-powered, designed to be serviced twice a year, and required nothing more than data downloads and battery checks and cleaning the solar panels of the pine pollen that coated everything in spring. Routine work. Work that had to continue regardless of what was happening in the human world, because the grizzlies and wolves and elk didn't know there was a pandemic, and their populations still needed to be tracked. I reached the drainage around noon. The monitoring station was mounted on a steel post at the edge of a meadow, a gray metal box with a small antenna, and a solar panel that needed to be wiped clean. The meadow was perhaps 200 yards across, bordered by forest on 3 sides, and by a talus slope on the 4th. A stream ran through it, swollen with melted snow. The water still freezing cold when I knelt to fill my bottle. I set down my pack and got out my laptop and cables. Then I went to work. A red-tailed hawk was circling over the meadow, riding a thermal, its wings tilted. Ground squirrels were chirping from their burrows near the tree line, their fat little bodies popping up and down. The stream made a constant low sound, snow-cold water over rocks. I had been working for about 30 minutes, crouched beside the monitoring station with my laptop balanced on my knee, when the silence came. It did not taper off. The ground squirrels did not gradually stop chirping, and the hawk did not drift out of sight. The ambient insect activity did not just slowly decrease. One moment, the drainage was alive with sounds, layered and complex and constant, as it had been for the entire 2 hours I'd been hiking. And the next moment, it was not. The quiet was so sudden and so total that for a disoriented instant, I believed I'd gone deaf. I touched my ears, pressing my palms against them, then pulling them away, listening for the change in pressure. Then, I heard my own breathing, harsh in that stillness, and the rustle of my jacket as I moved. I then understood that my hearing was intact. That silence was external and real. I went stock still. The stream still made its sound, water over rocks, because water is not some animal and does not respond to whatever the animals respond to. But there was nothing else. Even the hawk had disappeared from the sky. The meadow looked exactly as it had 5 seconds ago. The same grass, the same trees, the same gray rocks, but it was different now. Emptied, like a theater after the audience had left. I glanced at my watch. 12:47. I packed my equipment. I did it efficiently, but without rushing. One part of my mind insisting there would be some explanation, some phenomenon I hadn't learned about in graduate school, some unusual atmospheric condition, or a subsonic disturbance that had scattered the wildlife. Animals were sensitive to things humans couldn't perceive, seismic activity being one, or changes in barometric pressure and electromagnetic fields. There would be a paper about it out there somewhere. I would look it up when I got back to the motel. Another part of my mind was remembering the way Claire Newell had looked at me when I mentioned Earl's rule. The glass suspended in midair, her slow nod, the quick change of subject. I got my pack on my shoulders, and I started back up the trail, toward the trailhead. The hike out usually took 2 hours, but I moved faster than usual. Not quite jogging, but walking at the upper edge of sustainable pace, trying not to acknowledge to myself that I was hurrying. The forest was utterly still. There was not a single movement in the underbrush, and no bird song from the canopy. The lodgepoles stood in their rows like columns in an abandoned church, the space between them dim and brown and motionless. I've been in wilderness areas my entire adult life, and I've never experienced anything like that quality of silence. It wasn't peaceful, it was not serene. It was more like the silence of a held breath, of a room where someone is hiding. I was perhaps 40 minutes from the trailhead, still on the south-facing traverse where the snowmelt made the trail slick, when I looked to my left, and I saw a shape among the trees. It was uphill from the trail, maybe 60 feet away, in a gap between 2 lodgepole pines. At first, I took it for a hiker. The proportions were right. Bipedal, 5'10" or maybe 6 feet, in the posture of someone watching something in the distance. I nearly called out to them. My hand was even rising to wave, a greeting already forming in my throat, when I noticed that the surface of the thing was moving. The figure appeared to be facing away from me, or at least I think it was, because I could not make out the features. It appeared to be wearing dark clothing or was dark-skinned. Maybe it was some dark material that was neither cloth nor flesh. The color, though, was not uniform. It shifted and rippled, the way water ripples when something moves beneath the surface. But the overall shape was perfectly still. Not a twitch, not a sway, nothing that might indicate breathing or balance adjustment. And yet the surface of the thing crawled and pulsed with slow movement, as though the outer layer was independent of what was underneath. I stopped walking then. My legs made the decision without consulting me, as if they thought I was about to step off the edge of a cliff. I watched that shape, and the shape did not move, but its surface continued to ripple and shift in patterns that suggested something beneath the skin was adjusting itself, repositioning, like a man trying on a suit that doesn't fit. Then it turned its head. I say head because that is the word for the top part of a body, the part that sits on the neck and contains the face. But what turned towards me then had no face. There were indentations where eyes might be, these shallow depressions in the dark surface that oriented toward me, like the lens of cameras swiveling to track movement. There was a slight protrusion where a nose might be, a ridge that could have been a brow, the faint suggestion of a jaw. But no features, no expression, nothing but that rippling dark surface, similar to bubbling oil, which reflected no light, reflected nothing. It turned its head, and the indentations oriented toward me, and I understood that it was looking at me. And I understood that it had known I was there all along. I knew deep down in that very moment it had been waiting for me to notice it. It was a struggle not to run. I'd read enough about predator-prey dynamics to know that running triggers pursuit. Fleeing is the signal that activates the chase instinct. The worst thing you can do in the presence of a predator is to behave like prey. So I turned away from it, slowly, keeping my movements unhurried, and I continued walking down the trail at the same pace I'd been maintaining. But inside, my heart was slamming against my ribcage, hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. My hands were unsteady. I gripped the straps of my pack as I walked, and I listened for footsteps behind me, for any cracks of a branch or any sound of pursuit. But I heard nothing. And yet, the silence continued, thick and absolute, broken only by my own footfalls and my own ragged breathing. I reached the trailhead around 2:30. The white Toyota Tacoma was still there, parked beside my vehicle, its windshield dusty with pollen. I got into my truck, locked the doors, and I sat there, my hands unsteady on the steering wheel, and I watched the trailhead for any movement. But nothing emerged from the trees. The parking area remained empty and still. After 5 minutes, I started the engine and drove back to the motel, checking the rearview mirror every few seconds until I was back on paved road. Marcus Weber was reported missing 4 days later. His truck was found still at the trailhead where I'd seen it, the driver's door just hanging open, his pack still in the bed. Search and rescue went out on day 6, after the bureaucratic delays that the pandemic had made routine. Risk assessments, PPE requirements, social distancing protocols for the search teams. They found him on day 8 in a drainage only about 3 miles from where I'd been working, on the opposite side of that ridge. I wasn't on the search team, but I saw the incident report because it came through my department as a matter of routine. The official cause of death was animal attack, probably grizzly. The report noted that the body had been partially consumed, that the remains were scattered over a considerable area, which was consistent with bear behavior. Grizzlies often cache their kills and return to feed over several days. It also noted, in the clinical language of such documents, that certain aspects of the scene were inconsistent with typical bear predation. The pattern of tissue damage did not match known grizzly feeding behavior. The position of the remains suggested deliberate placement rather than scattering. Some parts of the body were missing entirely, including the face. I read that report twice. I looked at the photographs, which I should not have done, and which I can never stop seeing when I close my eyes. Then I closed the file and logged out of the system, and I did not open them again. That night, I dreamt of the shape in the forest, the featureless head turning towards me, the surface rippling with slow internal movement. But in the dream, I saw it open its mouth. Yes, it had a mouth now, a horizontal slit that widened and widened until it split the head nearly in half. But it was Marcus Weber's voice that came out of it, muffled and wet, saying my name, asking me to wait, telling me he needed help with something, asking why I'd left him there alone. I awoke at 3 a.m., the sheets soaked with sweat, and I did not go back to bed. 6 weeks after that, in early June, I was assigned a multi-day backcountry survey in the Absaroka Beartooth Wilderness. The assignment required 2 nights of camping at remote sites to service equipment that was too far from any trailhead to reach in a single day. It was work I was very used to from before the pandemic, work I had done alone before, without thinking twice about it. Normally, however, this kind of assignment was done in pairs. But normally, as well, half our staff hadn't been furloughed or reassigned or quit outright. Because of the pandemic, because of budget cuts, because of the skeleton crew we were operating with, I was going alone. I considered refusing. I sat in my apartment in Bozeman, a 1-bedroom unit on the 2nd floor of a converted Victorian, with creaky floors and a radiator that clinked in the night, and considered my options. I could claim illness, I could fabricate a family emergency, I could simply refuse the assignment and accept whatever consequences followed. But the consequences would have included loss of health insurance during a pandemic that was killing some people my age, loss of income in an economy that had shed 30 million jobs in 2 months, and loss of the only career I'd ever wanted. And there was one other consideration, one I did not want to examine too closely. That was, if I refused, someone else would be assigned. Someone who didn't know about the rule of the silence, and who had not seen what I'd seen, and who would hike into that wilderness without the 10-minute warning that might be the only thing that saved them. I packed my tent and my sleeping bag, and my bear spray, and I drove to the trailhead. The first day was uneventful. I hiked 9 miles to the first campsite, a flat area near a creek at 8,000 feet, following a trail that switchbacked through spruce forest. Then I traversed a long open slope above the tree line. The weather was clear and warm, and the sky was a deep saturated blue that seemed to bear down on the mountains. I set up my tent, filtered water from the creek, and I ate a freeze-dried dinner that tasted like salt and chemicals. I hung my food bag from a tree branch high enough to discourage bears. The soundscape was ordinary. Clark's nutcrackers called from the white bark pines in their harsh rattling noises, and picas chirped in the talus slopes. And of course there was the creek, making its water sounds. I went to bed at dusk, but I slept poorly, waking often to listen to the sounds outside my tent, hearing nothing unusual. By morning, I nearly believed that what I'd seen in April had been a trick of the light, stress, isolation. Maybe my mind had manufactured a threat where none existed. And then I remember the pictures of Marcus Weber's body. The second day, I serviced 2 monitoring stations and hiked another 7 miles to the second campsite, which was in a high basin near the tree line. The trail climbed steadily through the morning, gaining 2,000 feet of elevation before dropping into the basin from a notch in the ridge. The basin was perhaps 300 yards across, a natural amphitheater of rock and alpine tundra, with a few clusters of stunted subalpine fir at the lower end, their branches shaped by decades of wind into flags pointing east. A small lake occupied the center of the basin, water black and still, reflecting the peaks that ringed it. My campsite was at the edge of one of the fir clusters, sheltered from the wind that blew constantly at this elevation. I set up my tent and ate dinner, watching the light drain out of the sky. The shadows in the basin deepened from purple to black. The first stars appeared one by one. I was in my sleeping bag by 9 o'clock. I awoke in the small hours. The watch face glowed green in the darkness. 2:14 a.m. I had developed a habit of checking the time immediately upon waking, a reflex I couldn't seem to break. I lay still in my sleeping bag, not moving, not breathing, just listening. Something was outside my tent. There were sounds, not footsteps. Not the sounds of an animal moving through brush, or the rustle and snap of a deer or a bear. Not even the sounds of something sniffing at my tent fabric. No noises that might signal investigation of a potential food source. These were wet sounds, organic sounds. In fact, what they immediately reminded me of was surgery, of procedures I'd only seen in videos, the sounds of things that should be inside a body, being touched, handled, manipulated from outside. I heard what might have been skin tearing, a long, slow rip, like fabric being pulled apart along a seam, the fibers separating one by one. I heard cartilage popping, the sound a knuckle makes when you crack it, but deeper and larger, coming in sequences of 3 or 4. I heard bones creaking under tension, and something similar to the sound a tree makes when it falls, like a structure being pushed past its limits. I continued not moving, not breathing. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to these horrific sounds, trying to persuade myself that there was a good explanation. A bear with an injury licking its wounds, a deer with a broken leg struggling to rise. Though the rationalizations came one after another, none of them fit the sounds I was hearing, and I still lay there, voluntarily paralyzed. The sounds went on for perhaps 10 minutes, but then they stopped, and in that silence, I heard something else. Movement, closer now. Then a soft impact, like a hand being placed flat against tent fabric. The mesh panel at the front of my tent looked out onto the basin. There was enough moonlight to see shapes, to make out the dark masses of the fir clusters and the pale expanse of tundra and rock and the black mirror of the lake. I turned my head ever so slowly, the sleeping bag rustling slightly against the tent floor, and I looked through the mesh. It was crouching in the basin, maybe just 30 yards away at the edge of the moonlight. That moonlight showed me more than I would ever want to see. The shape was humanoid in the way a scarecrow is humanoid. Sure, it had the right number of limbs. Sure, they were in the right places, sort of. But everything else was so subtly wrong. The torso was a bit too long, the distance from hip to shoulder greater than it should be. The limbs were bent as if they were broken on purpose, or perhaps that they had extra joints, or even no joints at all. It was crouching on its haunches, with its arms braced against the ground, and the arms bent in two places between shoulder and wrist. The surface of it glistened in the moonlight, wet and slick, and the skin, if it was skin, moved with slow peristaltic waves, reminding me of the contractions of a swallowing throat. As I watched it, it began to change. The shoulders buckled inward with a wet crunch. The collarbone snapped and reformed. The spine curved into a new configuration. The rib cage collapsed and reshaped, the ribs sliding over one another like fingers interlacing, compressing the torso into a different proportion. I could see the bones beneath moving. I could see them sliding and clicking into new positions. A sick, visceral puzzle being rearranged by an impatient hand. The skull plate shifted visibly, forehead flattening, jaw extending, the whole structure of the head reforming itself while I watched. The sound of it carried across the basin into the still night air. Wet cracks, disgusting pops, grinding bone on bone, a thick gurgling that might have been breath, or it might have been something else entirely. It was becoming something else. A deer, perhaps. I could see the legs thinning and the neck elongating, something that might have been antlers budding from the skull, or a person. The proportions kept shifting, kept oscillating between configurations, as though the thing could not decide what it wanted to be. It was caught in transition, halfway between one form and another, and the between state was worse than either endpoint could ever have been. Antlers budded from the skull, then receded, absorbed back into the bone. Hooves formed at the ends of the limbs, then softened back into something like hands. The face stretched and contracted, features appearing and dissolving like images forming in smoke. Time seemed to lose its function. The moon moved across the sky, or at least it seemed to. I could not be sure of anything except the shape in the basin, and the sounds it made, and my own heart beating too fast in my chest. At some point the sounds stopped, and the shape rose from its crouch. The way it moved toward the tree line was this stuttering, lurching fashion. Did it have to learn how to use its new configuration? It looked like it, the way its limbs swung at angles. It passed out of sight behind one of the fir clusters, and I lay motionless in my tent, waiting for dawn. There would be no sleeping, no moving for me. I watched the mesh panel and listened for any sounds, and the silence held. Not the total silence of April, but an ordinary night silence. Wind and insects, the small sounds of a living landscape, until the sky began to lighten in the east. At first light, I packed my gear. I left my tent standing. I could not make myself stay long enough to break it down. I started down the trail toward the trailhead, moving fast, not quite running, my breathing too loud. I was 2 miles from the basin, descending through the spruce forest below the tree line, when I came around a bend in the trail and saw the deer. It was blocking the trail, facing me. A mule deer doe, or what appeared to be one. The size was correct, the coloring was right, the big ears and the black-tipped tail and the white rump patch. It was motionless, watching me approach. I slowed and stopped because something about its posture seemed strange, made my stomach clench. I had to look for a moment to be sure, but its head was on backward. The body faced away from me down the trail, the hindquarters and the tail oriented in my direction, but the head had been rotated 180 degrees on the neck, so that the face looked back over the spine, the chin above the shoulders, the ears pointing toward the tail. The rotation was complete and total. The neck was stretched and distorted by the twist, the fur bunched and folded in ways that showed the underlying structure had been wrenched into an impossible position. The spine bulged visibly beneath the hide, vertebrae pushed out of alignment by the force of the rotation. And it was breathing. I could see the ribs moving, that steady expansion and contraction of the chest. I could see the nostrils flare, drawing in air. Its eyes were fixed on me, and even those were off. Too dark, the irises nearly black instead of brown. Too wet, with a sheen that was not the sheen of a deer's eye. The pupils were not horizontal slits, they were round, like a human's, and they tracked my movement as I stood on the trail. And then its mouth opened. The sound that came out was not the sound of a deer nor human. It was somewhere between the two. A strangled vocalization that rose and fell in patterns that resembled speech, that had cadence and rhythm and emphasis like words, but it was not speech. It was trying to form words. The lips and tongue, too large for a deer's mouth and too mobile, were moving, shaping themselves around syllables, and what emerged was a garbled approximation of language. A wet, slurring attempt at communication that failed and failed and failed. I went off the trail. My body seemed to move on its own, crashing through the underbrush, through deadfall, through willow thickets and patches of late snow, not caring about the noise, not caring about anything except putting distance between myself and that thing. Branches tore at my face and arms, and twice I fell hard, catching myself on my hands and feeling the impact in my wrists and elbows and knees. But I got up, and I kept moving. I reached my truck around 10 in the morning. I was bleeding from a cut above my eye, where a branch had caught me, and my left ankle was swelling inside my boot, where I'd turned it on a rock. Just like the previous experience, I got in my truck, locked the doors, but this time I didn't wait. I started the engine and drove. There was no stopping until I reached Bozeman, 70 miles away, and even then, I sat in the parking lot of a gas station for 20 minutes, and I cried. I filed a request for transfer to a desk position, citing mental health concerns related to pandemic stress and isolation. Of course, my request was denied. Pandemic staffing, they said. Essential work, no replacements available. I was given 2 weeks of administrative leave and referred to an employee assistance counselor, a tired-sounding woman in Helena, who I spoke with twice over the phone. I told her I was having trouble sleeping, which was true. I told her I was experiencing anxiety related to field work, which was also true, but I was too nervous to tell her why. She didn't need to know, and neither did my supervisors, about the silence or the shape in the woods or the backwards-headed deer. I know I asked for a transfer, but I was not begging to be fired. I needed this job, and I knew what would happen to my career and my health insurance if I sounded like that. The 2 weeks passed. I went back to work. I took only day assignments, tasks that could be completed in a single outing, routes I knew well, areas close to trailheads and roads. My supervisor was a woman named Sarah, who had been with the Forest Service for 15 years. She did not object to my requests. She could see that something had happened to me, even if she did not know what, and she didn't ask. I was also losing a lot of weight. I was down 12 pounds since April. I wasn't sleeping well. Most nights I woke up at 2 or 3, and I could not fall back to sleep. I flinched at sudden sounds, I avoided windows and doors. I checked my watch constantly, compulsively. A new tic of mine that I could not seem to break. In late August, a new technician was assigned to our district. She was named Priya. She was 24, fresh out of a master's program at Colorado State, hired on an emergency basis to fill one of the many gaps in our staffing. She was eager and seemed competent, and she was entirely unafraid. Seemed like the sort of person who had grown up hiking and camping and felt more at home in the backcountry than in any building. She had done field work in Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico. She had spent a summer in Alaska counting salmon. She talked about the wilderness the same way someone would talk about a lover, with affection and familiarity, and with that confidence that comes from long acquaintance. She reminded me of myself at that age, before I knew what I now know. I was assigned to train her. We did day trips together for 2 weeks. I taught her the equipment, the protocols, and the routes, which trails were maintained and which weren't, which stream crossings were reliable and which washed out into high water. I showed her where bear activity was highest and how to avoid it. She was a fast learner. She asked practical questions, not the naive questions of someone who had read about fieldwork in books, but someone who had done it and wanted to do it better. I liked her. I did not want to like her because I knew what I might have to tell her, but I liked her anyway. In the 3rd week, Sarah called me into her office and explained that a critical monitoring station in a remote basin had malfunctioned and needed to be serviced before the end of the season. The basin was too far for a day trip. It required an overnight stay. Priya would be accompanying me for training purposes, Sarah said. It would be a good opportunity for her to learn multi-day backcountry protocols. I tried to argue, saying that alternative assignments would be better for her, routes that might give Priya the same experience without the same risks. Though I couldn't explain what all those risks might be, and I just couldn't say the words that would make Sarah understand. I pointed out that Priya was still new, and the basin was technically difficult. Conditions in late August could be unpredictable. Sarah listened and nodded, then told me gently but firmly that there was no one else available and the work had to be done. I considered just outright refusing, or even quitting on the spot, walking out of Sarah's office and out of the building and never coming back. But the consequences of that decision spread out before me. No income, no insurance, no reference for future employment. In the middle of a pandemic. That would be apocalyptic for my life. Then there was Priya, who would be assigned to someone else, someone who didn't know about the rule, who would probably take her into the back country without the knowledge that might save her life. So I did it. We drove to the trailhead on a Thursday morning in late August. The weather was clear, the sky pale blue and cloudless. The aspens on the higher slopes were starting to turn gold at the edges. Priya was delighted. She talked about her graduate research and about her family in Denver. She told me about this hiking trip she had taken to Nepal the previous year. I listened, smiled, and watched the forest scroll past us through the truck window. The lodge poles gave way to spruce as we ascended, which then gave way to subalpine fir as the road wound higher into the mountains. We hiked for 6 hours to reach the basin. The trail was steep and rocky, climbing through a series of switchbacks to a high pass before dropping into the basin on the far side. The campsite was in a meadow near a small lake, ringed by spruce and fir. Their peaks rose above the tree line in a jagged arc to the north. I'd been there before years ago, with Earl, and I had remembered it as a beautiful spot. One of the most beautiful places I knew, and it still was beautiful. The lake reflected the sky and the trees and the rocky peaks. A family of mergansers paddled near the shore, the mother leading her half-grown chicks in a neat line. I saw some ground squirrels chirping in the rocks, and the meadow grass was thick and green, starred with late summer wildflowers, asters and gentians, and the last of the paintbrush. We set up our tents side by side at the edge of the meadow where the trees offered some shelter from the wind. We ate our dinner as the sun went down, some freeze-dried meals rehydrated with water from the lake. Priya asked about Earl Pershing then. Apparently, she had read some of his old reports in the archives. She admired his thoroughness, and I told her stories about him, especially his wife's lemon bars that he had loved so much. Then I told her about his reading glasses, which he kept in his shirt pocket. He was always so afraid of losing them. We'd had a retirement party where he had cried and pretended he wasn't crying, then made a joke about allergies that no one believed. She liked that story. But what I didn't tell her was the rule. But as the light faded and the first stars appeared and the air grew cold, I tried. "There's something Earl used to say to me," I began. Priya looked at me across the small fire we'd made. Her face was lit by the flickering light, and her expression was open and eager even. "He said..." I stopped. I looked at her young face and her dark eyes and her eager posture, and I tried to find the words that would make her understand without making me sound insane. How would I say it, though? That the silence was a warning, and that the warning meant nothing if you did not know what you were being warned about? I went on. "He said to me, 'Trust your instincts,'" I finished. "If something feels off, leave. Do not wait, do not rationalize, just leave." She smiled at me, the overly polite kind. There was disbelief in her voice. "Good advice," she said. "I'll keep it in mind." We banked the fire and went to bed. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the night. The lapping water on the lake shore and the occasional chirp of a late-season cricket. Somewhere out there, an owl hooted, and I could hear Priya's sleepy breathing in the tent beside mine. These were comforting sounds, safe sounds, the kinds of sounds I'd fallen asleep to hundreds of times over the years, in dozens of different campsites without ever thinking twice about them. This helped me to fall asleep eventually, and I had no dreams. When I woke up, I awoke to dark silence. It was fully dark. You will not know that kind of darkness until you've walked away from civilization for hundreds of miles. Without a single human light source, it was pitch black. It was so dark in my tent. An ounce of panic rose up in me, so I shot up and searched through the tent mesh to find the stars. There they were, thankfully, and the pitch blackness began to abate as my eyes adapted. The stars were a bright spill across the sky. More stars than you might ever see in your life if you stay in the city. It's easy to forget how many exist out there, how many you can see from Earth. But then I fully realized I could hear nothing. No water sounds, even though the lake was 30 yards away. No insects, though there had been crickets singing when I fell asleep. No wind in the trees. This silence was real and total. My watch face glowed when I lifted it up. 1:38 a.m. "Priya," I whispered. It felt like the darkness and silence just absorbed my word, like I was camping in the middle of a black hole. I whispered again, louder. "Priya." There was no response from the tent beside mine, not a rustle of movement, nor a murmur of someone waking. I pulled on my boots without lacing them, and I unzipped my tent as quietly as I could. Then I crawled out into the meadow. The grass was wet with dew, cold against my hands. The stars gave me enough light to see shapes, to make out the dark mass of the forest and the pale expanse of the meadow and the silver gleam of the lake. The mergansers were gone. Nothing at all moved on the water. Priya's tent was dark. The rainfly was unzipped. The inner door was hanging open, her mesh panel pushed aside. I crossed to it and looked in. Her sleeping bag was pushed to one side, bunched against the tent wall. And her boots were gone, so was her headlamp. But the tent smelled of her deodorant and her shampoo, and yet she was not there. I called out her name, out loud this time. "Priya!" But my voice died a few feet from my mouth. I looked at the watch again. 1:41 a.m. 3 minutes since I'd woke up. 7 minutes remained. I ought to have packed my gear and left. I ought to have followed Earl's rule from the get-go, the rule I'd told Priya about without truly telling her what it meant. I'd stated it too vaguely. I cursed myself. That was the rule that could save or damn us. The rule to give us time to get clear, to not be there when the window closed. I suddenly felt a knot of guilt in my stomach. I couldn't leave her out here. I couldn't be the person who saved himself and let a 24-year-old woman face this thing alone. She wouldn't even know what it was. Wouldn't even know what was coming. I got my headlamp from my tent and turned it on, walking toward the tree line. "Priya!" I shouted, but again, the forest swallowed it. I walked along the edge of the meadow, sweeping the headlamp across the trees. The beam showed trunks and branches and undergrowth, all motionless, all silent. I called her name again, and again, and again. Then I heard her voice. It came from the darkness to my left, from somewhere deep in the trees, about 50 yards from where I was. "Hey!" it called out. It was her voice, Priya's voice, the same voice I'd been listening to for 2 weeks. She even sounded cheerful, unconcerned. "Over here! I found something, you should come see!" I turned to the sound. My headlamp beam probed the darkness between the trees. I saw nothing but trunks and more shadows. Her voice came again, now from my right, from the exact opposite direction, from somewhere on the other side of the meadow. "Where are you going?" it said. The tone was different now, confused, even a little hurt. "Wait! Please don't leave me out here. I twisted my ankle. I need help." 2 voices. 2 directions. Both voices hers. I was standing in the meadow with the silence bearing down on me, and beneath the voices, both of them still calling, overlapping now, one cheerful, one pleading, I heard another sound. A wet noise. Rhythmic too, like a heartbeat, like breathing, like something large drawing air through a throat full of fluid. It came from the trees ahead of me, from the direction of the lake, and it was getting closer. My watch read 1:47 a.m. I had 1 minute left. I ran back to my tent. I did not grab my gear. I only grabbed my keys and wallet from the mesh pocket inside the tent flap, because I didn't want anything to slow me down. And I started to sprint toward the trailhead, to my truck, which would be 6 hours away. Footsteps followed in the trees. I could hear them clearly in the silence, crunching through the undergrowth, keeping pace. The rhythm was off. Too many impacts per stride. Whatever it was had more than 2 legs. I did not look. I kept my headlamp pointed at the trail and I sprinted, 1 foot in front of the other. And those footsteps followed. "Please," said Priya's voice from the trees to my left. "Please don't leave me. I'm hurt. I need help." with tears in my eyes. I ignored it. I did not even look. "Why won't you help me?" The voice was different again. Still hers, still recognizably Priya's voice. But there was something underneath. Something that buzzed and clicked like an insect rubbing its legs together. "I thought we were friends. I thought you were going to train me. I thought you liked me." I slowed to a walk then. The footsteps kept coming. The voice kept calling and kept changing. It was trying different approaches. Pleading, then angry, then sobbing, then back to cheerful. Cycling through these emotions like someone flipping through television channels, looking for the one that would make me stop, turn, and look. After perhaps an hour, I came around a bend in the trail, and my headlamp illuminated a figure blocking my path. It was Priya. No, it wore Priya's shape. It stood in the middle of the trail in Priya's hiking clothes, the green fleece she had been wearing at dinner, the gray pants with the zipper pockets, with Priya's dark hair pulled back into Priya's ponytail, and it smiled at me with Priya's mouth. "There you are," it said, and the voice was perfect. Exactly right, every tone and cadence. It was exactly as I'd heard them over the past 2 weeks. "I've been looking for you everywhere. I woke up and you were gone. I got worried." I stopped. The shape was too convincing, the voice too accurate. For one terrible moment, I wondered if I'd been mistaken about everything, if the real Priya was before me, if I'd imagined the two voices, imagined the footsteps in the trees, imagined all of it. Then it raised one arm to wave at me, what was supposed to be a friendly gesture, a greeting, and I saw that the arm bent in the wrong direction at the elbow. She saw that I saw, and she looked at her arm, then back to me, saying, "Well, would you look at that?" Then her smile stretched wider, pulling the cheeks taut and revealed too many teeth. Behind me, from the darkness I had just walked through, I heard Priya's voice again.
"Wait! Please, don't leave me!"
The thing in front of me cocked its head. The motion was too fast, the head snapping to the side and holding there like a bird sighting prey. The smile remained fixed in place, unchanging. I ran off the trail again, into the trees, around the shape that wore Priya's face. I heard it turn to follow, and I heard the footsteps resume, the too many footsteps, crunching through the undergrowth behind me, from the trees to my left, from somewhere ahead of me that I had not yet reached, asking me to wait, asking me to help, asking me why I was leaving and what I was afraid of. I kept going until my legs burned and my lungs ached. But at last the sky began to lighten in the east, and those voices faded, one by one, and the footsteps finally stopped. The silence was replaced with birdsong and insect sounds, and the ordinary ambient noise of a forest at dawn. I made it to the trailhead at 8:15 a.m. My truck was where I'd left it, dusty with pollen, undisturbed. I got in and locked the doors, and I started the engine, driving to Bozeman without stopping, without even looking in the rearview mirror, and I suffered to keep myself from thinking what I'd just left behind. Search and rescue found Priya 11 days later. I was not part of the search. I was on another round of administrative leave by then, pending an investigation into why I'd returned to the trailhead alone, and why I had not reported Priya missing for nearly 12 hours after I made it to the truck. The investigation was thorough, but ultimately sympathetic. It concluded that I had experienced a psychological episode, brought on by cumulative stress and isolation. The pandemic, the death of my mentor, the months of working alone in conditions that would strain anyone's mental health. It concluded that I'd left the campsite in a dissociative state, that I had not been responsible for Priya's decision to leave her tent in the night, and that I had not been responsible for what happened to her. The official cause of her death was an animal attack. The report, when I did finally see it, noted that her remains were scattered over a quarter-mile, consistent with Marcus Weber's death. It noted that the total mass of the recovered remains was significantly less than the expected mass of an adult human female. Certain parts of her body were missing entirely, and the pieces did not quite add up to a complete person. It did not say what might have happened to the rest of her. I resigned from the Forest Service in October 2020. I sold my car and most of my possessions, and I bought a one-way ticket to Chicago, where I had a cousin who offered me her spare room until I landed on my feet. I moved into an apartment on the 14th floor of a building in Lakeview, a concrete box with a view of other concrete boxes and a strip of Lake Michigan in the distance. I work from home now, remote data analysis for an environmental consulting firm, work that can be done anywhere with an internet connection, so I will never be required to leave the city again. To this day, I still wonder how Earl had learned about the rule. Did someone tell him? And if so, who was the first person to understand that when the animals go silent, you only have 10 minutes left? So many stories I receive from people end up being yet another reason, another possibility, as to why people go missing in the woods and are never seen again. Well, not alive. Beware the voices without bodies, and the bodies that can change. Good night. Thank you all so much for tuning into this episode of Unexplained Encounters. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails, and it would be so very helpful if you could leave a like on this episode, and if you could follow and review Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and your favorite podcast app. Thank you. If you have a scary story of the unexplained, send it to me at darkstories.org. I'd love to read it. Till next time, everyone, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.